Good morning, Commissioner. I'd like to open this hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated on the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which is an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and the Anishinaabeg to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to many Indigenous people from across from across Turtle Island, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Commissioner, sorry, I'm just having a bit of a tech issue. Just give me 1 second. Thanks. Commissioner, we have Mr. Malone with us again today. He was previously sworn and does not need to be reaffirmed.
Fine. And let's proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Malone.
Good morning.
I'm going to start with some questions about a meeting involving the roadside safety assessment from December 7, 2018. Registrar, could you bring up OD 9A, paragraph 209, please? Pardon me, page 209, please. Mr. Malone, the inquiry has evidence that you attended a meeting on December 7, 2018 related to the roadside safety assessment report, and this was a progress meeting. Do you remember that meeting?
I don't have a strong recollection of it, but I have notes that I'm relying on to refresh my memory.
Thank you. There was some slides that were prepared and presented at this meeting to city staff, and some minutes were taken in addition to your notes. One of the references to these slides is set out here, but I'm actually going to go into the slide deck. Registrar, can you go to CIM 17524, please? And can you call the next page as well, please? So, Mr. Millen, this is in part just to refresh your memory, the presentation to outline geometric design review, collision analysis, assessment of roadside safety devices, curve advisory speeds, and other reviews. So just to reorient you in time, because it has been some weeks since we last spoke, CIMA sent the first draft of the roadside safety assessment to the city in November. And then this is a progress meeting based on the progress to date, including the drafting. Registrar, could you go to image 4 and 5, please? Thank you. So we have the objectives and scope on image 4. And then we have the beginning of the section of the presentation that deals with geometric design review. Oh, thank you, Registrar. Always happy to have the slides just a little bit larger. The geometric design review goes over several pages and deals with curve compatibility. And on that first slide on the right-hand side, it says curves with comparable DS lower to 110 kilometers an hour. And then it has 3 references. And then it says, note, previous studies found 85th percentile for speeds at 110 kilometers and 115 kilometers. So again, just to reorient you back to where we are. Registrar, could you close these down and go to images 6 and 7, please? Thank you, Registrar. The geometric design also deals with ramp design speeds, and then has a summary at image 7 on the geometric design review based on the MTO Roadside Safety Design 2017. And last time, Mr. Malone, you said that there had been some updates to manuals in between the construction of the Red Hill and when SEMA was doing this review. Do you recall just generally that discussion?
Yes.
And so in looking at this geometric design review, can you explain why SEMA went into this level of detail about the geometric design in 2018 when it had not gone into such detail in 2015?
Well, the one element is what you just described, in that there had been an update to the Transportation Association of Canada Geometric Design Guide in 2017. So obviously that wasn't available in 2015. And there had also been a modification to the Roadside Design Guide from the Ministry of Transportation, which deals with roadside safety elements like barriers and clear zones adjacent to roadways. So the changes in those two elements, or those two design guidance documents, made it relevant for incorporation of comparison of the existing conditions to the updated design guides, because the roadway was going to have some significant reconstruction done on it in conjunction with the paving.
And just to better understand the sort of the scope of this, when it related to geometric design, was it SEMA's initiative to go into this level of detail given those changes to relevant guides and manuals, or was that part of what the city had asked you to do?
I think it was within scope of what the city was asking. Maybe the terminology might be a little confusing. It wasn't or isn't a review of the fundamental geometric design of the roadway, the curves, the slope on the hill, and numbers of lanes and things like that. It was a review of the existing conditions, and as I just described, a comparison of some aspects in relation to the current standards now at the time in 2018. And since some of those standards had changed, and the construction was going to be taking place, and one of the focal points of the task for SEMA was to look at roadside safety, and those standards had been modified, then we were examining the road and the design of the road, the geometry of the road in relation to those updated standards.
Registrar, could you leave this document up but close the callouts, please? And on the right-hand side, if you could bring up HAM 11854, image 2. Actually, start with image 2 is fine. Mr. Malone, this is the content of the minutes of that meeting. It's on image 1, but if you could just if you'd like me to, I can go to the first page to show that, but I'd like to just highlight sort of one thing and one question. Under 3.1, city comments and discussion, under the second bullet point, Registrar, could you pull that out? Thank you. And apologies, Registrar, could you close that and call out the entire part of 3.1 instead? Just the second half under 3.1. Yeah, thank you. That's what I intended. So this is the minutes of some of the discussion that happened at that meeting with city staff. And you'll see in the first bullet point, but in the second paragraph of that, It says Roosh S. accentuated that the actual design speeds of these locations are unknown to SEMA and asked if the city can provide this information. David asked the city's design team to review the drawings and, if available, provide the requested design speeds to the consulting team. And then there's reference to the posted speeds. So just stopping there, at this point in December 2018, is SEMA clear about what the initial design speed of the Red Hill actually was?
My recollection is we had not been provided with the, what I would call the design document or the design standards as set out in the original construction of the roadway. So we didn't have it formally in writing. There had been, as has been described, some reverse engineering to attempt to determine what a design speed would have been based on the characteristics measured and observed. But I'm mixing up timelines a little bit here, but I don't think we had received documentation that said the design speed for the roadway and, whenever it was originally designed back in early 2000s was a particular number.
Okay. And as I recall from your previous evidence, at some point in 2013 and 2015, SEMA reverse engineered that the design speed to come up with a design speed of 110 kilometers an hour. Is that right?
We made an attempt to, yes. We had limited information. We didn't have drawings of the roadway. I think we used satellite imagery, Google Images to do it. So there's some degree of inaccuracy, but yeah, I think your description is correct.
Okay. And over time, the design speed at 110 kilometers an hour did you conclude that was actually an overestimate of what the design speed was based on your reverse engineering?
Yeah, I think the information gets clearer later on. And so there's improved accuracy specifically with respect to the radius of the curves. And therefore the estimate of 110 becomes an estimate of 100. But of course, that's using the 1999 TAC Geometric Design Guide standards, which also changed in the 2017 guide. So even though the elements remain the same, the design speed changes to 90, I believe, based on the new design guide as opposed to the old design guide.
Thank you. And I won't go into it, but in the roadside safety assessment, you actually go through the application of the changed TAC guide to the curve radii. Is that right?
Making sure I'm understanding your question correctly.
Sorry, I can rephrase. You actually went through that analysis of applying the revised TAC guide to the curve radii in the roadside safety assessment.
Yes, I believe so, because the new guide is now in place. It was published in 2017. And so again, efforts are about to take place for significant reconstruction on the roadway. And so we're applying the current standard, the 2017 standard.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go back into the document on the left-hand side and pull out images 9 and 16, please. Thank you. So part of the presentation also includes reference to the collision analysis that SEMA had done for the roadside safety assessment. And there's a number of slides, but I'm pulling out 2 of them. One is main contributing factor wet surface. And then there is a chart on the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side, there is some key findings that SEMA is providing to the city. And you'll see in the key findings, Registrar, could you call out the right-hand side, please? Thank you. It's a little easier on the eyes. The wet surface involved 64% of the main line and 73% of ramp collisions, which was an increase from the last study. And then you reference some particular locations. And then at the bottom in bold, it says findings suggest an inadequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, and contamination and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions. Do you recall, was there any discussion about inadequate skid resistance being a contributing factor at this progress meeting?
I don't have a recollection of any discussion. It's there on the slide, so I assume it would have been incorporated in the presentation.
Okay. Well, understanding it may have been part of the information that SEMA presented, you don't recall any discussion that was prompted by that aspect of the presentation?
No, the meetings 4+ years ago, I don't have any real clear recollection of the content of the meeting.
Okay. And at this point, were you aware that the city had a report that set out the friction values on the Red Hill and the link?
You're talking about the trade wind report?
I'm talking about more generally, if you're aware of any such report, but yes, I am talking about the trade wind report.
No.
If you had understood at this point in preparation for this presentation that the design speed was not 110 kilometers an hour, but in fact 100 or down to 90, would that have changed how you viewed the inadequate skid resistance as a contributing factor in collisions?
No, I don't think so. I mean, it's not uncommon for roadways to have portions, sections, areas that do not meet a design speed which has been determined for the roadway, there's standard methods in transportation engineering to deal with that in terms of means of mitigation, provision of, for example, a curb warning sign is a way of dealing with a design element which is not fully consistent with the design speed for the roadway. So no, it wouldn't automatically result in a change.
When you say it wouldn't have resulted in a change, you mean a change in your thinking and your analysis about inadequate skid resistance, or in terms of what your recommendations were?
Well, that's sort of a theoretical question. You're saying if we had the trade wind report, would our thinking have been different?
No, I was asking about design speed. If you had understood that design speed was not the assumption that you had made in 2015, that it was 110 kilometers, would that have changed how you approached whether inadequate skid resistance was a contributing factor?
I guess that it's difficult to answer that unless you have some context as to what that difference is. I'm afraid I am a bit lost in the timeline as to when we make the determination that it's not 110, it's 100. I thought that had been determined by this point, and at this juncture, we're actually coming to the realization that the new design speed, in fact, would be 90 as opposed to 100. So I thought the 100 had already been determined at this point.
Well, we just looked at those minutes where Mr. Ferguson said, yes, we'll actually confirm design speed.
I still don't think it changes the conclusion from my perspective.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this document down and go back into OD 9A, please?
Council, which page of OD 9A?
Oh, sorry. I'm just getting into it. Just give me a second. It's page 242, please.
Thank you.
If you can call out 569. Mr. Millen, this is just to orient you in terms of time. Coming out of those minutes, out of that progress meeting, Mr. Valla emailed a document, MTO functional classification, to Mr. Salick, and says, I'm advised I found the design report. The RHVP was designed as RFD 100. That means design speed of 100. So, and this is just the day, about 5 days after the progress meeting that you had. I don't know if that helps you with the timeline.
Well, I think this is confirmation of it, yes. But I think we had come to potentially some conclusion that it was in fact not the 110, but this is helpful. Yes, thanks.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this down. So in your testimony at the last time you were with us, you spoke about the roadside safety assessment report and that project as being to focus on roadside issues with a view to what the road would look like after repaving. So not focusing on pavement surface, but on focusing on roadside. In other words, treating your analysis as if the surface had already been replaced. Hopefully I'm paraphrasing your evidence fairly, am I?
Yeah, I think it's close, or I would agree with the similar wording that we were not dealing with the pavement surface components because those were being addressed by other consultants and by the city in the repaving. And the primary focus of what we were being asked to do was to provide input with respect to the roadside environment, and particularly elements that would relate to safety in that regard, guide rail and hazards adjacent to the roadside, as I've discussed previously.
And to your understanding, the roadside safety assessment did not include assessing whether interim measures were required pending resurfacing, before resurfacing. Is that right?
To my recollection, it never, the scope of work never specifically called or asked for that. We did have a number of components, elements in the report that talked about things like oversized speed limit signs and speed feedback signs, which could be implemented in conjunction with the construction, which I understood to be our intended scope, but of course could also have been implemented prior to construction because the road, something like a speed limit sign wasn't going to be impacted by the construction itself. So it could have been done prior to construction, for example.
Thank you. By December 7th, had anyone from the city's legal department reached out to you?
Not to my recollection, no.
Registrar, can you go to page 220? And can you call it 520 to 522, please? On December 8th, Mr. McGuire contacted you and asked if our legal group had got in touch with you on the safety report, and you said no. And then you're not copied on the next two emails, but Mr. McGuire forwarded this to Ms. McNeil, who was in the legal services branch. She's a lawyer for the city at the time. And he says, I was wondering, he said, did you get a hold of the SEMA contact via Edward? I was wondering, and if so, could I talk to SEMA confidentially? And then Ms. McNeil responds, no, we haven't contacted SEMA yet. I'd strongly advise you not to speak with SEMA. So just stopping there, we're going to go through some meetings that you had with staff from the city. Mr. McGuire is sometimes on those, but I invite you to tell me if at any point in the timeline you recall having discussions with Mr. McGuire about the Tradewind report, specifically outside the meetings with staff that we'll talk about. Okay.
Yep, if I can remember to do that, I will. But because I know when I got the Tradewind report, so.
I'll prompt you. And maybe we can just stop there. This might actually short circuit later discussions. Do you recall speaking to Mr. McGuire one-on-one about the Tradewind report at any point?
No, I don't believe I ever did. And again, sorry, I want to be perfectly clear. I only got the Tradewind report at the end of January from Mr. Bogosian. So certainly nothing prior to that. And I don't recall any one-on-one discussion with Mr. McGuire specifically about the Tradewind report after that point.
Thank you. And maybe more generally, do you recall speaking to Mr. McGuire about friction values on the Red Hill, not maybe naming the Tradefund report, but the idea of friction values on the Red Hill in December or January of 2018 and 2019?
No, not during those months. Of course, there had been the communication with Mr. McGuire back in August of 2018, where he relayed the same email that Mr. Moore had relayed to me, and we had a back and forth over that. So that was friction-related discussion, but not in December and up to the January 30th date.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this call out. And I don't mean to go back over something that we had moved past, but the geometric review that you did, just thinking back on the evidence that you just gave a few moments ago, I think your evidence is quite clear about why SEMA did the geometry review in 2019, given those changes to the manual. Why didn't you do them in 2015?
Because the manuals hadn't changed until 2017. So we were reviewing the roadway. The roadside safety report is a review of the roadway prior to the construction. And there's been a change in the design guidance in 2017. And so the standard approach in the industry is when you're undertaking significant reconstruction of roadways that you would review the current design standards, and design standards changed in 2017. So there was an imperative for a more comprehensive review of the design standards of the day, 2018, as they relate to the construction that's planned for now 2019. It didn't exist. The change didn't happen and wasn't there in 2015. So we couldn't review it, obviously.
I see. And perhaps I'll ask my question differently. In 2015, as compared to 2018, there is not the same sort of analysis of curve radii based on posted speed or design speed, or how the geometry of especially the curves of the Red Hill might affect collisions or might affect collision circumstances. And I'm trying to understand that seems to be a difference between 2015 and 2018. And why was that not part of SEMA's review in 2015 and is in 2018?
I think there was components of the review of the geometry in 2015, as we just discussed. There was some determination, limited as it was, of a design speed based on the geometrics of the roadway. So that was present. There was extensive discussion about the geometry of the curves in the 2013 report. So I'm not sure I fully agree with you there. The scopes were different, but there's definitely discussion of design speed and therefore the geometric elements of the roadway, and in a broader sense, there's certainly discussion about curvature and there's extensive discussion about speed on the roadway and the potential disconnect between the observed measured speeds and the posted speed, and the design speed is an aspect of that as well.
Thank you. I'll move on. Registrar, could you go to page 229, please? Could you also bring up the next page, please? Mr. Malone, I'd like to draw your attention to the bottom of 229, which is paragraph 550, which is your notebook entries, and the actual the first entry is transcribed. And then there's another entry that is excerpted. I can go into your underlying notes on the first transcription, but I can't put them up side by side because they fall over 2 pages. So I'm just going to use the transcription for that first note. So you'll see at 550, there is a reference to Mr. Soldo and Ms. Audie. Registrar, could you pull up the bottom of 550, please? And could you pull up, yeah, thank you. So Mr. Malone, it appears that there are 2 different entries on this day. One that we're looking at now and one that appears to be a call with David Bogosian. Do you recall having 2 different calls on December 11th with in respect of the Red Hill?
I don't specifically recall the 2 different calls, but I in reviewing my notebook, I know there's a separation between the 2 notes, and there's a different content in the in-between for another project. So a separate project from the city of Hamilton. So I'm pretty sure it was 2 completely separate discussions. Yes.
Thank you. So this note references Mr. Soldo, legal department concern, looking at reports, safety work ? Change reports, and then it references Nicole Audie. Do you recall who was on the first call with you, if it was Mr. Soldo or Mr. Soldo and Ms. Audie?
Well, based on my rereading of my notes and very limited recollection of the call, I think it was only Mr. Soldo. I think there's the name Nicole Audie is, he has stated that to me, and he's making a reference to her. I didn't know her, and frankly, I had never spoken to her at this point. So I'm almost positive that she was not on the call.
Thank you. And what do you recall about this discussion with Mr. Soldo?
I really don't have much recollection of it. Direct recollection. I'm relying on the notice as provided. Okay.
So you later in the day have a discussion with Mr. Bogosian, as I understand your reference to your notebook, the different time periods. Did Mr. Soldo advise you that someone from legal or a lawyer was going to contact you about the Red Hill?
I don't remember if he used terms that explicitly. He's mentioned Nicole Audie, and he's mentioned legal and auditor. But I honestly don't have a recollection that he said, you're going to get a call from David Bogosian later in the day.
Okay, thank you.
I assume I would have written Bogosian's name in my notes if in fact it had been mentioned to me.
Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could call out 551, please. So this is the entry for that references Mr. Bogosian. And before we get into its content, had you worked with Mr. Bogosian on litigation matters for other clients?
Well, I had worked for Mr. Bogosian had hired me on as a retainer to do expert work for traffic engineering, traffic safety on projects, I think starting back in, 2008 or something like that.
Okay. Do you recall how this call came to be? Did he call you out of the blue? We don't have any evidence that there's anything by email to set this up?
Yeah, I think it was just a call out of the blue.
Okay.
Direct call from him.
Thank you. So we have a few different sources of information about this call. There's the notes that are in front of you. Then Mr. Bogosian makes some notes, and then also he summarizes this conversation in his eventual opinion. Do you recall ever seeing a copy of his opinion?
No, not until preparation for this inquiry.
Thank you. There was 2 versions that were circulated, the draft Bogosian report and then the final Bogosian report. Is your evidence the same on both? You didn't see them until preparation for the inquiry?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. So I'm going to leave your notes for a moment and go to Mr. Bogosian's. Registrar, could you close this out and go to the next page, please? And can you call and the next page as well, please? Thank you. And can you start by calling it 231? So Mr. Bogosian's notes start with referencing the opening of the link in the Red Hill at the top, and then at phase 1, and it references October 2013, and then phase 2, 2015. So just stopping there, do you recall having discussions with Mr. Bogosian setting out SEMA's past work in 2013 and 2015?
I don't recall the discussion, but it would seem natural to me that I would have if the questions were talking about the Red Hill and the link.
Okay. At the bottom half of this page, there seems to be a reference to, it says recommendation on one side, and a number of different recommendations that we know that SEMA made over time: slippery road wet signs, speed enforcement, vegetation trimming, oversized speed limit signs, oversized curve signs, rain activated flashing lights. Do you recall providing this information to Mr. Bogosian, or was he, and there's question marks or yeses beside them. Do you recall providing this information to Mr. Bogosian, or was he asking you about this information and from his own knowledge of what SEMA had done? Could you assess that?
I think it was a little bit of both. In reviewing his notes and mine in preparation for this testimony, I get the sense that he had or was aware of the two reports, the 2013 SEMA report, the 2015 SEMA report that related to the Red Hill. And obviously having those would be aware of the various recommendations that were included in those reports. The way it's worded, I think he's, questioning me, asking, the report called for oversized speed limit signs. Are those in place? And in, a number of cases, I would know anecdotally that things had been done because I was a regular user of the roadway, so I could comment. In others, I wouldn't know, and I would be either guessing or potentially aware that something had not been done because, again, not having seen it.
Thank you. So where it says yes, yes, yes for speed enforcement and speed limit signs, that's you confirming that yes, SEMA's recommendations from 2015 had been implemented. Is that right? Is that how you interpret these notes given your recollection of the meeting?
Correct. But I, again, would clarify that it would be not me confirming on behalf of or after consultation with the city. It's me confirming based on what I've seen. So, again, I drive the road regularly. So I, for example, was aware that rain activated flashing lights on slippery when wet signs were not in place. They were not present on the roadway at the time of this discussion, and I still don't think they are.
Fair enough. There's a reference at the bottom of this page to pave friction testing and question mark. Do you recall Mr. Bogosian asking you if you were aware of whether the pavement friction testing recommendation that SEMA had made in 2015 had been implemented?
I don't recall the question being asked from the meeting, but I see it listed, and it was one of our recommendations, so it's logical that he's asking on it, and the question mark would indicate a response that I wasn't aware or hadn't been made aware whether or not it had been done.
Okay. There's also a reference to PSV with a less than arrow problematic. That's in the middle of the page. You see that?
I do.
Excuse me. Were you familiar with PSV testing?
I know what it is. I don't do it on a regular basis, or it's not part of what our normal business work is, but I'm aware of it. I don't know if I stated that to him. I kind of doubt I would have. I've looked at these notes, and I know we've talked about it in some of the preparation for this testimony, and I still think that perhaps he had other information that he's sort of merging together. The 30 is a value in the range consistent with the friction values from a design perspective. And so, maybe there was some overlap in the discussion, but I don't recall discussing that acronym specifically, no.
Okay, I don't want to go back to it if just given the call-outs, but in your notes, there is reference to PSD testing equals 45 and then some other references. Does that assist with your recollection of having a discussion about PSV or PSD?
It only assists in that, if it's written in my notes, it's an indication that something has been stated and I'm transcribing it. So to me, that means it's coming from the other party in the conversation, not me. I'm not transcribing my own words.
Okay.
So
in terms of problematic, do you recall making any comments about whether PSV less than 30 was problematic in any way?
No, I don't.
Do you recall discussion about friction testing in general? Conceptually, what it is, how it works, what it's, how it's done. Do you remember any discussion about that?
No, I don't have a sufficient recollection of the discussion. I see the wording is listed, but I take that to be in the context of the recommendations that had been in the previous SEMA reports.
Registrar, could you close this call out for a minute? And on the right-hand side, can you bring up HAM 62512? And can you bring up image 7, please? Oh, no, pardon me, image 9, please. Sorry, I think I have picked the wrong page reference. Just give me a second. Image 7, please. I was right the first time. Mr. Bogosian references summarizes telephone conversation that he had with you on this date. The first part is what we've already gone through, I think, where he says fully implemented, partially implemented, that is the recommendations from 2015. Registrar, can you go to the next image, please? When it says implementation unknown at the top, pavement friction testing. Do you recall conveying to Mr. Bogosian why SEMA had made pavement friction testing recommendations in 2015?
No, I don't have a clear recollection of having that discussion, no.
Do you recall whether you told him about the recommendations that were made in 2013 for pavement friction testing?
I don't recall having the conversation to that level, remembering whether or not I told him. I see in the note on the left side of the screen that there's discussion of the October 2013 Green Hill Dartnell phase 1, what he's writing as phase 1. And so I believe that there would have been a broader discussion of the series of reports SEMA had completed. Again, in reviewing this in preparation for testimony today, I I certainly get the sense that Mr. Bogosian is has the SEMA reports and is trying to understand the status of them and is querying me about them. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that there was some discussion of friction in both, but I don't have an independent recollection of it.
Thank you. Registrar, could you go to image 10, please? And can you call out the second paragraph under the heading B? Mr. Malone, Mr. Bogosian references well, I'll just read it out. In our opinion, so this is Mr. Bogosian's opinion, the friction testing in 2013 provided no basis in and of itself for any action to be taken, partly because Golder made no recommendation to the city about addressing this issue, and also because the quote unquote 40 friction number apparently has no basis in industry standards recognized in Ontario, as per our conversation with Mr. Malone. Do you recall conveying to Mr. Bogosian in your call of December 11th the industry standards that relate to friction values?
I don't have a recollection of the discussion. Just reading the paragraph again.
Sure.
I'm not sure I fully understand it. We made the friction recommendation in 2013. So I don't understand how it can be interpreted to say that it does not call for any action to be taken if the action is to do friction testing. I'm confused.
So I'm not interested in the first part of this sentence. I'm interested in the second, where it says the 40 friction number apparently has no basis in industry standards recognized in Ontario, as per our conversation with Mr. Malone. That's that part, the reference to 40 friction numbers and the reference to no basis in industry standards. Do you recall conveying information about friction values and standards that might apply to Mr. Malone during this call?
To Mr. Bogosian?
Pardon me, to Mr. Bogosian.
No, I don't. I think this is a reflection that Mr. Bogosian has information that I don't have, and he's reporting to the city in conjunction or with respect to that. So I don't think per our conversation with Mr. Malone is me telling him the 40 friction number. It's a interpretation of other information that he's got.
Okay, so you did not tell him that 40 was some threshold or was not some threshold on industry standards around assessing friction?
No, because I've never been provided any information that confirmed that. Certainly not in Ontario. Okay. That question I had put to Mr. Moore back in 2015. And so it wouldn't have come from me. I'm aware of friction numbers in terms of geometric design criteria, but those are significantly different, much lower in the range of 29 or 30 or 0.29 and 0.30.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down? And you can close down that. Actually, you can leave up that document if you can call out the left-hand side again. And Mr. Malone, just so that we're clear when we're talking about this, there is a reference in Mr. Bogosian's notes that's about halfway down where it says really high proportion of wet road crashes, some five columns down, 5 rows down, and it says no industry standard repavement friction. Did you convey that general idea that there was no industry standards for pavement friction to Mr. Bogosian?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to relate that. That's consistent with the discussions that took place in 2015 with Mr. Moore. And my research at the time that had not been able to provide a concrete confirmation of industry standards for pavement friction testing. The friction numbers themselves were clear in my mind in terms of geometric design parameters, but that's different than a standard when testing is being conducted. It's the question I put to Mr. Moore, and his answer back to me and through other elements of my research was that there wasn't one in Ontario.
But you'll recall from the back and forth with Mr. Moore, and then again with Mr. McGuire in 2018, that there was a reference to FN 30 being a potential threshold. Do you remember that back and forth?
Yeah, but that's the same number as the geometric design level. So
I see.
So that's what I'm referring to, is that certainly there's a level of threshold with respect to friction utilized in geometric design considerations, and for it varies depending on the design speed for the roadway, but that threshold is either 29 or 30 depending on which design speed you're selecting from. But that's different than what we now know in hindsight, the information that's relayed in the Tradewind report about the UK investigatory level standards.
Thank you. Do you recall conveying to Mr. Bogosian that you'd had discussions with Mr. Moore about friction testing in 2015?
I don't recall. I don't recall it specifically. I don't have a sufficient recollection of the discussion, and I don't see anything in my notes or in his notes relating to Mr. Moore. I mean, I think there potentially is an overlap in the information, but no, I don't recall that direct link to Mr. Moore said such and such.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 232, Mr. Malone of OD9A on the left-hand side? Thank you. And can you call it the rest of Mr. Bogosian's notes, please? So, Mr. Malone, just to give you an opportunity, there is a reference at the bottom of in these notes to a reference to Mr. Moore, involved in design and develop of RHVP, very strong-willed, refused to accept road might be a problem, very DEF apostrophe IVE about its condition. So you had said there wasn't a reference. I think that's what you said to Mr. Moore. And so obviously there's no reference in Mr. Bogosian's notes to talking about the discussions you had in 2015 around friction tests, but I just want to ensure that that I wasn't only showing you part of the notes that Mr. Bogosian had prepared and not the rest. Does this help refresh your memory either way about whether you told Mr. Bogosian about your discussions with Mr. Moore about friction testing that occurred in 2015?
I don't recall a discussion with Mr. Bogosian about Mr. Moore or relaying information from the communication with Mr. Moore that occurred in 2015. I do recall the question, or I see the note relating to, and I can provide some memory of discussion about Mr. Moore, but it's in a different context. It's in the context of his involvement in the design and development of the roadway, from its inception, or at least initial stages, construction through to opening and initial operation. So, but it was, as shown in the note, it's more in the context of a question about him and his personality.
Thank you. So we'll get back to that in just one moment. Before we go there, do you recall having a discussion or conveying to Mr. Bogosian that you had 2007 friction results that Mr. Moore and later Mr. McGuire had provided to you?
I don't have any recollection of that discussion, and I don't believe I made specific comment to it. Again, it's vague at this point. Opening notes
Okay.
could be wrong.
Thank you. There's also a reference on the left-hand side to discussions about stone mastic asphalt. And there is several lines here that deal with that. Aggregate larger, less fine, small stones, large stones coated in asphalt. And then it says SMA can hold more water, doesn't drain away. And then it's closer to tar and chip, for example. So I'm just sort of giving you a sense of what those discussions or what the notes reflect. Was that information that you were providing to Mr. Bogosian about the qualities of stone mastic asphalt?
Probably. I had become aware of it through the initial discussions with Mr. Moore in 2015, had done some research at that point. The subject comes up again in the communications with Mr. McGuire in 2018, which were only a few months before this. So yeah, I probably relayed what knowledge I had, or understanding, elements of understanding that I had about SMA as a material.
Okay. And do you recall where you learned during any of these discussions with Mr. Moore, Mr. McGuire, or Mr. Bogosian, that SMA can hold more water, and water sits in pockets between large aggregates, so leading to something which Mr. Bogosian quotes as micro ponds? Do you remember where you learned that information about SMA?
I don't have a list of specific references. I had done a bunch of reference review. And of course, in the original material provided by Mr. Moore, there was a scholarly paper that had some description and discussion about skid resistance and design aspects, elements of SMA asphalt. So, I believe components came from there. I also recall at some point, I'm not sure what year, I had a discussion with an individual at a conference who was dealing with pavement design and such. And so I raised the question, what about SMA? And we had a quick discussion about it. This was in the US someplace, I forget where.
Thank you. You had said that the last reference on this page to Mr. Moore was really more about his personality. What do you recall telling Mr. Bogosian about Mr. Moore?
I think the description here is consistent with what I would have said. I don't recall the discussion precisely, but Mr. Moore is, as I say, as is listed here, a strong-willed individual. I do believe he refused to accept that the road might be the problem, the road itself, because we had had that bit of back and forth, Mr. Moore and myself. I know there's some question about what the DEF apostrophe IVE means, and whether it means defensive. I don't think I would have used the word defensive. I think Mr. Moore was definitive. His personality wasn't to defend something because he believed he was correct in a situation, and so he would be definitive about it. And so, anyways, I'm not sure it makes much difference, but that's my conclusion as to what that notation means.
Okay, so if Mr. Bogosian is referencing is quoting you, you think that you would have used the word definitive in relation to Mr. Moore?
I do, only because in my vernacular, defensive would be somebody who's not confident in their position relating to something and is trying to defend it, whereas somebody who's definitive has confidence and would articulate their position strongly. And so that's why I think that's the wording.
Thank you.
Defensive is not the word that would come to mind for me to describe Mr. Moore.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this call out and go to back into the right hand page and go to image 7, please. Thank you. So we're just back in this telephone conversation, just orienting you back to this document because I know that you didn't review it at the time it was prepared. So this is a telephone conversation, and it goes over to the next page. Registrar, can you go to the page, image 8, please? And can you call out the paragraph that has the 3 bullets when asked to rank? Thank you. So you'll see there's a reference in Mr. Bogosian's notes to this as well. You can't see them now because the call it is up, but it's referenced as 1, 2, 3, 4. And Mr. Bogosian says, when asked to rank in order of greatest contribution to the inordinate numbers of wet road crashes, Mr. Malone advised as follows, and that you ranked slippery of the road as the first, speeds exceeding the capability of the highway, a second, curves on the road, and the close proximity of on-off ramps. Do you recall being asked to rank in this way and providing this ranking?
When I read this in preparation, I was surprised it was listed or stated as ranking, because I really don't think I would rank these numbers in terms of highest priority, medium priority, low priority, that type of ranking. I certainly am not surprised that I would have listed them. I think it's consistent with the content of our previous reports. And there's certainly elements that relate to contribution of crashes in wet road conditions. But part of the reason I wouldn't rank them is that there's an interconnection between them. Slipperiness interacts with speed. So if you're traveling at a lower rate of speed, the slipperiness is not as key a component as when you were traveling at a higher speed. So I don't think I would have ranked them. I think obviously Mr. Bogosian interpreted them as a ranking, and maybe I stated them in this order, which he took to be a ranking, but I wouldn't necessarily rank them, 1, 2, 3, 4, highest to lowest. That's not the terminology I would use.
Fair enough. Leaving aside the terminology of ranking, by 2018, would you agree that the slipperiness of the road surface as a potential contributor to wet road crashes was crystallizing in your mind?
Oh, yes, I think there's no doubt about that. I mean, it's come up now in 2013. It's returned again in 2015. The SEMA studies. It's the wet road crashes, and therefore potentially the slipperiness of the road surface is an element which is highlighted in the various collision analyses that have been completed. So yes, I think your wording is correct. It is crystallizing as to whether or not it's a factor.
Well, okay. And by 2018, you knew that speed enforcement attempts were being made on the Red Hill, and that SEMA's countermeasures had been started to be adopted. Many of them had been adopted. And over time, by 2018, had the slipperiness of the road surface been elevated in your mind as a potential contributing factor?
I think it's still clearly present as a factor. I only had anecdotal information with respect to the amount of enforcement that was taking place, seeing it on the roadway or not seeing it. So I didn't have specific detail as to how much enforcement was present, and therefore what speed levels were. We had highlighted issues with respect to excessive speeds in earlier reports, and I don't have specific detail as to how much enforcement had been successful in changing driver behavior regarding speed. So I think it's still present. Some things have been done. Some things I'm not aware of as to whether or not they have been done, or the degree of success that they may or may not have had if they have been implemented, such as speed enforcement. And so, the continued presence of crashes on elevated numbers of crashes on wet road conditions continues to keep the roadway surface condition as a contributing factor.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you close this call out? And if you can close the right-hand image, and if you can go to 230. So Mr. Malone, going back to your notes, Registrar, can you pull out 551? You record that under the pink sticky note, city FOI request spec. Do you recall Mr. Bogosian advising you that the city had received an FOI request from the spec?
I believe that's what this note reflects, yes. The spec being the Hamilton Spectator newspaper.
Yes, and then it says accident history, transitional, star, SEMA report, star, didn't produce report. What do you recall about those notations?
I don't recall much about them writing them, but my interpretation of them now, reviewing them, is that it's Mr. Bogosian providing me with some explanation as to what's going on. There's an FOI request, and there's some knowledge of the accident history, and the city either hasn't or didn't or didn't produce the report,
Which report? Which report do you recall him identifying for you?
I'm assuming he's talking about the SEMA report. So.
Okay, and is that your assumption sitting here today, or you don't know either way?
Oh, that would still be my assumption today. I mean, I've got no knowledge of the Tradewind report at this point in time. So I have, on December 11, 2018, I can't assume anything else because I don't know the Tradewind report exists. So.
Okay, did Mr. Bogosian tell you about the Tradewind report either by name or by content during your call on December 11th?
Not to my recollection, no.
And are you confident in that recollection that he did not?
Yeah, I think I am. I probably would have scribbled Tradewind in there if it had been something that he had mentioned.
Sure, but what if he hadn't used the name? What if he just said something about a report that dealt with friction values on the Red Hill and the Link?
Well, if he had done that, then I wouldn't have interpreted it. I mean, we would have been, as I think has been said a couple of times in this inquiry, like ships passing in the night. He's saying one thing and I'm hearing another. And friction, specifically friction testing, has been discussed in the meeting based on some of the notes. And so, it's not as though friction hasn't been talked about, but no, I have no recollection of Tradewind having been mentioned, described, even in a roundabout way, as maybe you're suggesting.
Okay. I ask, of course, because I believe Mr. Bogosian will say that he did provide you with information about the Tradewind report, not the actual report, but information. And so your recollection is different than his on this point. Is that right?
Well, my recollection is mine. So it's
different than the summary that I just gave you about what his recollection was that he did provide you with.
Well, to me, the challenge is if he's aware of the Tradewind report and believes he's relaying aspects of that to me in the conversation, and I'm not aware of the Tradewind report, and I'm hearing something that is talking about friction, and I'm aware that we have requested, or not requested, suggested that friction testing should be undertaken on 2 occasions. There's 2 parties to the conversation, but I'm not hearing the Tradewind piece of it, if in fact it was presented in some way to me.
Thank you. Were you left with any impression from Mr. Bogosian that he had friction value information that you didn't have?
Going back and reviewing my notes, no, I don't think so at all. I wasn't aware of it, didn't know of the existence of the Tradewind report, had not been provided it. So no, I didn't feel that there was something that he was being secretive about and wasn't holding back for me. I took the conversation as the note under the pink marker indicates, SEMA report, and so that his discussion, his conversation is around FOI request and the SEMA report producing the SEMA report. So at best, that's where I would have interpreted the communication.
Thank you. Did Mr. Bogosian provide you with any documents either immediately before or immediately after this call?
No, not to my recollection. And I have no
we also have we have no evidence of emails or anything like that. I just wanted to ensure that the record was clear.
And I would to clarify and emphasize that point. Any materials I would have received from a party like Mr. Bogosian, we have a fairly rigid system. We're ISO certified here at SEMA, and receipt of external documents from a client or from an external party that may relate to a project that we're working on would be received, documented, and recorded in our file system. So, and there's nothing there. So,
thank you. Did you have any additional work or to-do items coming out of this meeting with Mr. Bogosian? Did he ask you to do anything?
Not to my recollection, no. In fact, it was a little bit confusing. I think the notes that I make and relay later on is I sort of thought he was communicating with me about a potential expert opinion assignment, because that's the context with which I had had communications with Mr. Bogosian in the past. So I think I was sort of left with, not quite sure what that was about.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to page 241 of OD9A, please. And can you call out 566? Actually, can you call it 567 as well with that? Thank you. You attended a meeting with the city on December 12, 2018 relating to the lighting study. Do you recall any discussions with Mr. McGuire or any attendee about friction at this meeting?
No, there's a series of notes in my notebook that I've provided them. That's my primary recollection of the meeting, and no, I don't think there's anything about friction.
Thank you. Did Mr. Actually, Registrar, could you close this down and go to the next page, please? And call out the notation under the page number at the top. The screenshot. Thank you. So this is a screenshot from that day, and it says Gord McGuire post-meeting discussion, Red Hill plus FOI request. Do you recall having a discussion with Mr. McGuire about the Red Hill or an FOI request after the lighting study meeting?
I don't have any real clear recollection of the discussion. I think the notation is sort of a reflection that Mr. McGuire is now aware that Mr. Bogosian has talked to me, and so he's relaying some of the same information about the FOI request.
The fact of the FOI request, that the city received an FOI request?
I'm assuming so, yes.
Okay. Do you remember anything else about the discussion with, first, if you had a discussion with Mr. McGuire on that day, and anything about the substance of it?
I don't have any strong recollection of it. Probably relayed to him that I'd spoken to Mr. Bogosian the day before. So,
thank you, Registrar. You can close this down. And can you go to page 250, please? Can you call out 591? So this is December 13. Mr. Bogosian asks you for a draft of the roadside safety assessment, and you send a voicemail to Mr. Soldo, and you also communicate with Mr. McGuire. I'm just pulling up one of the various discussions about this. All of them suggest that you're seeking permission from Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire to provide SEMA reports prepared for the city to Mr. Bogosian. Now, why were you seeking such permission?
Mr. Bogosian wasn't my client. So the client in the two reports was the city of Hamilton, and I wouldn't release a report done for one client to somebody else unless I had permission for that. Sorry, I've lost audio.
There appears to be a fire alarm in our building. I'm going to just go on mute for a moment and see if it passes. I'm sorry to have to do this through the noise. This is an unannounced issue, and I'm not getting any notification about what it is. Commissioner, it is 15 minutes before our usual break. I'm going to suggest that we take a break now, and hopefully we can come back at 11.
I think that's a good idea. Let's take our break a little bit early. So we'll adjourn. If you can hear, can people hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
the fire alarm.
Your attention,
Like-
please. May I have your attention, please? Has been an issue.
Commissioner, our fire alarm seems to have resolved itself. May I proceed?
Yes, please do so.
Thank you. Mr. Malone, sorry about the impromptu break. You were answering a question of why you sought permission from Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire to provide SEMA reports that SEMA had prepared for the city to Mr. Bogosian. And I'm not sure that I heard your answer.
The reason I sought permission is because Mr. Bogosian wasn't a client of mine, and the reports were done for the city of Hamilton. So I wouldn't release a report to somebody external to the city unless I had permission from the city to do so.
Thank you. But you were clear that Mr. Bogosian was acting for the city, right?
Yeah, my understanding was he was acting on behalf of the city, but I had no contractual engagement with him at the time. So I wasn't prepared to release the content of reports that I had done for the city without their permission. It's normal practice. We don't release anything that we've done for one client to anybody, the public or media or anyone else, unless permission is given.
Thank you. In seeking permission from Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire, did you have any discussions with either of them about who the point person would be with you in respect of Mr. Bogosian's work? Was it going to be Mr. Bogosian, or could you also speak to Mr. Soldo or Mr. McGuire?
I'm not sure I really knew what Mr. Bogosian's work was, so I guess I never contemplated that. I didn't know what Mr. Bogosian was doing precisely, and he hadn't engaged me formally. So at this point, there's no interaction between the two of them. They're obviously he's working for the city, but I never contemplated that particular question.
Okay, and you didn't have discussions with Mr. Soldo or Mr. McGuire about who would be your point person, whether it would be them or whether it would be Mr. Bogosian?
Well, to me, the question is more the point person for what. So I don't know what it is he would be point person for.
Fair enough. Thank you. After your call with Mr. Bogosian on December 11, and other than your contact to provide the reports to him, did you have any additional discussions with Mr. Bogosian about the Red Hill between December 11 and January 30?
No, not to my recollection. I have no notes to that.
Thank you. Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up OD9 at page 278? So you'll see up at the bottom of this page, on January 2nd, you reached out to Mr. McGuire asking if you were still needed for a PwC meeting on January 14. What did you understand your role would be at this PwC meeting?
There had been previous discussions in the fall of 2018 that there was going to be a joint report submitted by Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire presented at a PwC meeting, and I believe Mr. McGuire had told me it was going to be January 14th, and to hold that date to be present in the session when their report was going to be presented, in case there were questions for the consultant. So I had it in my calendar, returned from holidays, Christmas holidays, and was just checking the status of that because I still had a placeholder in the calendar.
Thank you. So I understand the reference to why you're reaching out on a scheduling issue, but what did you understand the purpose of your role to be at the PwC meeting that you had been requested to attend?
Just as I said, it would be to be a reference, potential reference to questions that may come, since SEMA had been the consultants authoring various reports that were being condensed and reported to at that meeting.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to the next page, please? In paragraph 649, Mr. McGuire wrote to Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot, who are in the legal services department, and asked if either had connected with you, and that he was in a meeting today and wanted to understand next steps. By January 3rd, had you spoken to Ms. Audie or Mr. Sabot or anyone else employed in the city's legal department?
No, not directly. I'm assuming Mr. Bogosian is sort of their extension, but no, not Ms. Audie or Mr. Sabot or anyone else.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to page 286, please? So SEMA provided a draft advanced version of the roadside safety assessment to the city, and the city then circulated it internally to seek comment on it. And Ms. Jacob from Engineering Services had some comments, and one of them related to skid resistance. Registrar, can you pull out the fourth bullet point, please? So there's a reference to what the report says. So we won't go actually into the report because it's right here. Immediately after the resurfacing is complete and provided that adequate wet weather skid resistance is achieved, remove all slippery when wet signs and monitor collisions. So that was in the context of SEMA's recommendation in the RSA to install slippery when wet signs. And she says, Ms. Jacob, this seems rather vague. How do we determine what is adequate skid resistance and how long should this be monitored? Who will be doing the monitoring? Also, when and who is installing the slippery when wet sign? So just stopping there, do you recall receiving Ms. Jacobs' comments? And perhaps before you answer, I'm going to go to SEMA's response in just a moment.
No, I don't recall receiving it. I'd have to look at the email to see if I was in the thread or not.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down and could you go to page 260, please? I'm sorry, I confused my page numbers. Could you go to 316, please? So this is the log that Mr. Salick provides in response to the city's comments. Registrar, could you call it the next page as well? And if you can call out the third row, please. Page 18, section, so that's the first row. So down, and then the next one down. Perfect. Yes, thank you. So this is Mr. Salick's response. Was this table approved by you, or did Mr. Salick have responsibility to provide comments on response to comments on the RSA?
He certainly would have had the ability to respond and the authority to do so. I don't recall if I reviewed it specifically.
Thank you. So the reference here is an assumption that the contract for resurfacing stipulates that the contractor is responsible for delivering pavement that complies with all applicable standards. And then just above that, adequate skid resistance should be based on technical standards. And then at the bottom, it says, monitoring of collisions should be done yearly on an ongoing basis, and slipper and wet signs should be installed if when the OTM Book 6 conditions are present. What are OTM Book 6 conditions?
OTM refers to the Ontario Traffic Manual. It's the prevailing guideline in the province of Ontario, and Book 6 relates to warning signs. And there is guidance in that document regarding the use and installation of slippery when wet signs. So that's what it's referring to.
Okay. Where it says adequate skid resistance should be determined based on technical standards, what technical standards is being referenced here? If you know.
We're not referencing one, I don't believe. I think what we're highlighting to the city is that they should make a determination as to what technical standards they will undertake their assessment based on.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 311, please? And can you call it 312 as well, please? Thank you. So in mid-January, Mr. Ferguson, on behalf of the city, asked SEMA to update the 2018 SEMA collision memo into what the inquiry calls the 2019 SEMA collision memorandum. And you'll recall the last time you were before the inquiry, we had some discussion about the 2018 collision memo. So you'll see on January 15, Mr. Salick provided Mr. Ferguson with an updated memo. And it appears that you reviewed this memo before it went out. Is that, it appears from the documents, is that right?
I think the memo goes out under my name, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. So yes, I would have reviewed it as in response to you, if that's a question.
Yes, it was. And you had said on the last day that you were not directly involved in the preparation of the 2018 memo, but you were involved in the preparation of this memo. Is that right?
I'm aware of the 2019 memo, and there were questions, issues relating to the differences in the data between the city and other jurisdictions that are explained and clarified in the 2019 memo.
Thank you. And we did, again, talk about this last time, but perhaps I can paraphrase and you can confirm if this is accurate, that this 2019 memo used both police reported and self-reported collision data, whereas the 2018 memo had not used self-reported data. Is that right?
From the city, yes.
From the city, yes.
Yeah.
And the comparator highways that had been used in 2018 and were used again in 2019 used MTO data that included self-reports.
That's my understanding, yes.
And so the 2019 collision memo was really comparing apples to apples. That is, data sets that included both police reports and self-reports. Is that right?
Yeah, it's comparing all the apples to all the apples.
Thank you. And the Red Hill collision rate was higher than the Link collision rate and higher than the comparator highways.
For overall collisions, yes. Fatal injury and property damage only, yes.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to CIM 22412, image 70, please? Thank you. Could you you can close down page 311, and could you call out the next, the image I'm looking for, image 70, and you can also call it 71.
Sorry, Council, this document only has 13 images.
Oh, I am sorry. Can you go to image 4, please? Sorry about that.
It's okay, thank you.
Mr. Malone, this is a note dated January 15, and it references call from Edward Soldo, memo update, HAM 2017, Ham, I can't quite read that, 2017, and then 2016. So this is the same day that Mr. Salick provides the memo to Mr. Ferguson. That is the 2019 collision memo. Do you recall what this call was about?
It's about the, I believe it's about the 2019 collision update that we just talked about.
And do you recall why Mr. Soldo was reaching out about that memo?
I'm assuming that he's just, I don't recall the conversation precisely, but my reading the notes, I believe he's asking for confirming clarification of the information that's used in the study, and the two notes, the Ham 2017 indicates that to me that data was collected or available for Hamilton up to the end of 2017, and for MTO or the other for 2016 or something to that effect.
Okay. And did he seek clarity about the differences in the collision rates found in the 2018 versus 2019 collision memoranda?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you discuss friction values, the Tradewin report, or the Golder report during this call?
Not to my recollection, and my notes don't reflect that we did.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this down? And if you go to the next 2 pages, please. Thank you. So these are notations dated January 18, and there's a reference to Edward Soldo, 10 a.m. on the left-hand side. And then there's also a reference to Edward Soldo phone on the other side. Do you recall, did you have 2 different discussions with Mr. Soldo on January 18?
Recollection isn't strong given the length of time that's passed, but in reviewing my notes, I clearly see that there's a physical separation between the 2 notations with a series of other projects that are dealt with in between. So yes, I believe it's 2 separate communications.
Okay. And what do you recall about these calls as refreshed by these notes?
I'd have to look at them to see. The one on the left-hand side of the screen, annual collision report, vision 0, speed limit, link. It's sort of, to me, it's an overview from Mr. Soldo describing the kinds of things that he's going to be describing in the portion of the report that I understand he's going to be writing.
Maybe I'll just stop you there. The next line says no recommended change. Did Mr. Soldo advise you of the staff's view that SEMA's recommendation of no change in the speed limit study was that staff were not going to follow that? They were going to recommend something different to the PwC?
I don't have that specific a recollection of the meeting, of the call. I've noted no recommend change. I think that's him confirming in discussion with me that what is the content of the SEMA report, which is no recommended change. And so, but I don't have a recollection that at this point he articulates to me that the city is proposing something different. Okay.
There's another reference close to the bottom. It's the 3rd sentence up. It says design SPEE, SPEE. Do you recall having any reference with any discussions with Mr. Soldo about design speed again during this call in January of 2019?
I really don't. The notes there, but I don't recall the context.
Okay. And then is there anything else you can remember about these calls that is relevant to the inquiry?
Well, in reviewing them and knowing that they're physically separated in time, I think what occurred was Mr. Soldo speaks to me in the morning, looks like 10 o'clock. We go over some points, including the the fact that SEMA had not made a recommendation for a change. And then in the afternoon, he's gone away. And then in the afternoon or later in the day, he returns back. And the second phone call is, he's reached his conclusion that he's going to make a recommendation for a change in the speed limit.
Thank you. And in the right-hand side, it says adamant does no. Do you have any reference to what that is about?
Well, I think it's supposed to be adamant, does, and probably not, but I don't know exactly what it refers to. He had reached a different conclusion than we had in our report, which of course he's capable of doing. He obviously also had different information than we had. So we didn't have the trade wind report at this point. That may have been an influencing factor in his decision. I'm not sure. I didn't author nor approve the speed limit report, but I was familiar with it. I agreed with its conclusions to not recommend a change, and I think we agreed to disagree.
Okay, and did he explain the rationale for his recommendation to PwC to change the speed limit from Green Hill to the KVW?
I don't recall that occurring at this in this discussion. I've heard his testimony at this inquiry, and so I understand more clearly or more fulsome description of his rationale for the decision that they've made. But of course, the municipality has the authority to designate the speed limit, and he can make whatever decision he wants. So, but I don't recall him telling me specifically at this meeting, what his reasons were or were going to be. Okay.
Do you recall having any discussion about the confluence of wet road crashes and the information that you put in the Red Hill safety assessment, which was later in time than the lighting study in terms of drafting, and whether Mr. Soldo conveyed to you if those two things were relevant to his decision to recommend dropping the speed limit in that portion of the Red Hill?
I don't recall him relaying that to me in that level of detail. I mean, there are a number of things obviously taking place in fairly short order: lighting study, speed limit study, collision update review in early 2019. So there's multiple pieces of information on the table for him to take into account, and of course he has another set of inputs relating to the political side and or whatever other information they may have had in their possession.
Thank you. And do you recall any discussion with Mr. Soldo during these calls about a report on friction values that the city had?
No, I didn't.
Whether it was called the Trade Wind Report or just referenced more generically?
No, I do not. And again, if trade wind or the subject matter had been relevant or significant in the discussion, I probably would have made a note in my notebook.
Thank you. Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? Thank you. On January 22nd, 2019, you have a notation, Hamilton Red Hill past studies, recognizing that's a little divorced from any context. Do you have any idea what this relates to?
I do have a little bit of a recollection. We got a series of requests from staff at the city for us to provide them with copies of past reports, past studies that we had done. And, in the context of, can you provide us with a copy of the report such and such, that we think was completed in such and such a year. And there were several that had come up. In hindsight, I think this is in response to the audit that was taking place of looking for work that had occurred, but I honestly don't remember. So that's my recollection of what this note refers to. And we provided electronic copies or mostly electronic copies of materials when and if we were requested.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. There was a closed session of City Council on January 23rd. Did anyone tell you before that closed session that it was going to occur or what it would be about?
No.
The inquiries, we have minutes from it. We know you did not attend. We also know that you had a discussion with Mr. Bogosian and a number of staff on January 30th. Before January 30th, so between the 23rd and the 30th, did you have discussions with anybody at the city about anything to do with the Red Hill?
Not to my recollection. If I did, there would have been likely a note in my diary, but I don't believe so, no.
Apologies, Commissioner, I'm just having a tech issue. My computer is frozen just for a moment. Just give me a second. Registrar, can you go into OD 9A? Pardon me, paragraph, page 354. Can you call out 355 as well? On January 29, there's some discussions between Ms. Audie and Mr. Bogosian asking for some availability for a call. And on that same day, Mr. Amrani emailed Mr. Field a OneDrive link. I'm at 342 and 343. And then also on that day, you requested access to relevant reports to be presented at the PWC meeting. Mr. McGuire responded the following day, as discussed with Edward, there will be an assignment. So I wanted to provide that to you. The context is not entirely clear, and we can go into the document just to ensure if you had, if that refreshed your memory at all about whether you'd spoken to anybody before, in between the 23rd and the 30th, when you have calls with various staff.
Yeah, I think this is now my understanding that there's going to be a PWC meeting, the one that I had asked about on January the 14th, where the joint report was going to be presented, has been pushed back to February the something. So the date is coming along. I probably sent an email saying, can you provide me with the reports that are going to be on the meeting that you're asking me to attend and be a reference for, just so I can see them. I haven't seen any reports at this point. So I don't really consider that to be a discussion about the Red Hill, but fair enough.
Okay, no, thank you. That's helpful. So it was related to your attendance at the PWC, not some new assignment, but you were going to get paid for your attendance at PWC. Is that, am I interpreting that appropriately?
I'm not sure if I understood you correctly, but my understanding was that the January 14th meeting that I had asked about on January 2nd is put off, is delayed. And now there's a meeting that the content of that, which I understood to be presentation of a joint report by Mr. Soldo and Mr. McGuire, is going to occur February, I think it's February 4th. And that date is quickly approaching, and I don't have the content that they are going to submit to the meeting, at which I potentially am going to be asked questions. So I'm trying to get prepared in advance of what I understand to be a meeting on February 4th that I'm supposed to be attending, which at this point, I think I still believed was going to occur.
No, I don't think you misunderstood me. I recognize that you're asking about the PwC meeting and trying to get more information from it. But you'll see Mr. McGuire responds, as discussed with Edward, there will be an assignment. And an assignment strikes me as a very different, an odd way to describe, yes, you're going to come to the PwC meeting. How did you understand there will be an assignment? Was it, yes, you will be there will be a PO assigned so that you can, your time at the PwC will be covered? Or did you understand it to be some new and different retainer of SEMA?
Well, assignment to me would be in something new and different. The note says that McGuire responded the following day, which would be the 30th. If you could show me the email that this is referring to, I'm assuming it's an email, then that might
Sure.
be of assistance.
Yeah, absolutely. It's HAM 28292.
Yeah, so this, no, sorry.
So I think we're going to come to this. I think that there is a call sometime, either it starts at 4, maybe it starts at 4:30. And this is from 4:37 on the 30th.
Yeah, my notation has that meeting on the 30th as starting at 4 p.m. So it seems odd that they overlap, but maybe it's McGuire now following up after the meeting on the 30th is actually initiated. I'm a little confused.
As am I. Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to 9A, page 358. And if you can call out the table at the top, please. So these are Mr. Bogosian's notes as transcribed. They're from January 30th in the morning at 10:30. And it's a telephone call between Mr. Bogosian, Ms. Audie, and Mr. Sabot. So this is after the 23rd. And I anticipate this will be sort of in reference to the events that happened on the 23rd, the closed session. So council quite concerned about situation, haven't given the Tradewind report. Council wants to know. And then there's 1, if Brian Malone / SEMA had the Tradewind report. 2, is there anything else SEMA thinks needs to be done to address safety, slipperiness as interim measures pending repaving? So we're going to come to the call on January 30th, but just so that the evidence is very clear, by January 30th at 10:30 a.m., you did not have a copy of the Tradewind report. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you were not aware of its existence?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And you were not aware of the existence of a report about friction values on the Red Hill and the Link?
I was aware of the reports that had been done in 2007 and 2013 by what I understood to be the MTO, as reported to me by Mr. Moore.
Okay, when you say the reference to 2013, that's from the emails that Mr. Moore sent you and then Mr. McGuire sent you?
Correct. And the emails that Mr. Moore provided in response to my questions, confirming that I think his wording was something to the effect of both of those tests were done by MTO. I realized, obviously, in hindsight, that that email includes the word Tradewind, but I didn't understand it to be the Tradewind report in quotations that we're talking about now. So those were the only friction testing results that I had been made aware of.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 376, please? And can you call out 870? So we're going to come back to some of the notes and information about the call on January 30th with various staff. But after that call, you report to some of your colleagues the following, and this is the first full paragraph. I had a call from Edward Soldo late in the day, Wednesday, January 30, asking me to participate in teleconference with their management team regarding in regards to the Red Hill safety issues. The entire Public Works management team, the city solicitor, acting city manager, communications director were all on the line, as was their external lawyer, David Bogosian. The call took place from 4:30 to after 6, with follow-on calls from Edward and Gord M directly. So just stopping there, just so that we can understand how your afternoon progressed. Do you recall first speaking with Mr. Soldo before speaking with the larger team on January 30th?
I don't really recall that discussion. This note indicates that's what occurred, but I don't recall it.
Okay, so you don't recall Mr. Soldo teeing up or asking if you had time or anything like that?
I know I don't recall it, no.
Okay, and then there is the broader discussion, and you say at the time the call took place between 4:30 to after 6. I think earlier you said it was 4.
No, I see in my notes now that I've got 4 o'clock, 1600 hours listed for Edward Soldo. And then in the note after that is when the meeting notes begin. So presumably that's the 4:30 time or whenever it actually started, or I was brought in on it, I think.
Okay, and then after the meeting with the large team that you referenced there, you said there was follow-on calls from Edward S. and Gord M. directly. Do you recall speaking to Mr. Soldo or Mr. McGuire after the larger meeting?
I do recall there was a discussion. I don't really remember the content of it. I just know that there was I believe it was Gord McGuire who called me. I'm not fully sure. And I'm not sure if both of them were on the call or not, but it was separate from the broader discussion that takes place at 4:30 to 6. Okay.
So just stopping there. So you think that Mr. McGuire called you afterwards, but you're not sure whether Mr. Soldo was on that call?
Yeah, my notes aren't perfectly clear. I have Gord McGuire listed in the notes. So I think it's initiated by McGuire. I'm not positive. And I think Soldo was on the meeting, but I'm not clear.
Okay.
And to be clear, this is post the meeting with the larger group.
Yes, thank you. That's what I understood. Registrar, you can close this down. So we do have a number of sets of notes relating to this call. I'm going to go to yours first. Registrar, can you go to CIM 22412 image 7 and 8, please? Pardon me, I should have said 8 and 9, please. And sorry, just before we get into, actually, no. Registrar, can you go to 9 and 10, please? Thank you. So this are your notes, or at least the beginning of your notes. They continue. And at the bottom, you have Edward Soldo, and then you have a list of a number of people. And so could you identify where it says 1600 Edward Soldo, and then it has the list after? From your recollection, you had a call with Mr. Soldo first, and then the rest of the people that are listed here got on the call. Is that right?
Yeah. Now, in reviewing the other reference material provided, I guess that's what took place. I didn't really recall the initial tee up as you describe it with Mr. Soldo, but it appears that that's the way it happened.
Okay. And I think for everybody's benefit, I'm actually going to go to a transcription of the rest of these notes, just to try to have it a bit easier for everybody to read.
Yeah, I have a copy the handwritten copy in front of me, which I'm also going to keep open, because for me, the handwritten is a better, easier reference than the transcription. It's disembodied, so it's harder in the transcription for me. But
Okay, well, let's stay with.
I'll follow the transcription. I have no worries with that. It's just that the context is easier for me to read the in the handwritten. Maybe not anybody else, but
That's fair. I just don't want you to have to try to figure out legibility as well as the substance. But why don't we stay in this document then, at least for a moment? So I do have a number of other and the other notes that that also reference this call from other people on the call. But before I get into it, I just sort of wanted to understand generally the nature of the conversation that was occurring with this larger group. In particular, was it like a sort of a question and answer with Mr. Bogosian, or was it were you on receive? I'm just trying to understand how you recall sort of the nature of that conversation.
well, I think sort of stepping back half a step, as of the day before, I still think I'm preparing, lining up to go to a Public Works Committee meeting on the February 4th, I think it is. Asked Mr. McGuire for confirmation of the materials that are going to go, and then this thing occurs. So I think when it starts, I'm of the view that this is in some way connected with that meeting that I'm prepared to go to on the 4th. And then I guess both because of the range of people that are there, including Dan McKinnon and Mr. Stigeric, I realize it's sort of a bigger context than what I had thought. Do my best to scribble down the names of the people who are being introduced around the table. It's a phone call, not a video call. So I'm listening in, and I'm mostly trying to absorb what's being described. So I'm playing catch up, for lack of a better description.
Okay, and who was leading the call in your view?
It's a good
Or
question.
I can put it differently. You said you're trying to absorb what's being described. Who is the primary person providing you with information on this call?
For some reason, I think it was Nicole Oddie, but I don't even see her name written here. So
She's the first one, Nicole Audie,
okay, sorry.
AUDEI, so misspelled, but I think that's her.
Yeah, so I believe she was and again, somewhat vague, but that's my recollection, was that she was leading some of that conversation.
Okay, Registrar, just for the benefit of others who might find the transcription a little easier, on the left-hand side, could you bring up OD 9A at page 360? So this is at least the beginning of what's on the other page. So there is a reference to a February 6th council meeting, various reports, RSA, DFIC curve, barrier curb not stop, long-term TMP measures, lighting, collision analysis, most recent. Other means now to resurface, drop speed, DLIN M, more actions, Mike Stigeric. Enforcement, no direct enforcement. City will send friction reports in front of council to present. So I don't know if that is helpful to answer this question, but or if it is later in your notes. But at this point, it looks like it is a back and forth about some of the work that SEMA has done up to that point. Is that how you recall the meeting?
Yeah, I think the attribution of the input is by speakers, so Bogosian first, and then Stigeric next, and in that flow of order.
Okay, and so then at the bottom of that first page on both images. It says city will send friction reports. Was that the first time that you understood that that the city had friction reports apart from the 2007 report that Mr. Moore and Mr. McGuire provided to you, that they were going to provide, that they had and they were going to provide to you?
Yeah, this is the transcription of what's being stated by others. And so, yes, it's the first recollection of it. And later in the notes, the word trade winds gets utilized or stated as well. So yes, this is the first realization to me that there's something that we don't have or had not received that is going to be sent to us.
Okay, Registrar, could you go to the next image on both sides? So 361 for A. Thank you. So I think that this is a continuation of your notes. It says at the top, further Edward's email. And then it actually tracks from here, these transcriptions. It doesn't appear to me that where you have a sort of clear sort of summary being provided to you about what the trade wind report is. There's a lot of sort of arrows around on the bottom of your side. What information did Ms. Audie or any other speaker from the city provide to you about the trade wind report and what it contained?
No, I don't recall exactly, but as you can see from the sort of random notations, and including the question mark next to trade wind report, I don't know what it is. So, somebody said trade wind report. I write it down, probably Mr. Bogosian, at the way it's listed. I put a question mark beside it, and then there's additional clarity that comes from that trade wind report is stated again. And I'm playing catch up here, trying to figure out what's being described.
Okay, I'm going to go into some other notes. Registrar, you can close these down, and if you can go to HAM 64351. Oh, no, I want to bring up the transcription. Let me try that again. HAM 64370. Thank you. So that was the almost illegible handwriting of Mr. Sabot, and these are Mr. Sabot's notes. Mr. Sabot is a member, is a part of the city's legal department. Registrar, could you bring up the next image as well? So as I read these two sets, I think you may not be on the phone yet. Registrar, can you go to the next two images, please? Sorry, for 3 and 4 rather than 2 and 3. Thank you. So I think this is where the conversation with you starts. You'll see your name is referenced TC Brian Malone about almost halfway down on the left-hand side. And it appears as I read this that Mr. Bogosian is providing you with some information and that you are providing your preliminary responses to what he is telling you. So for example, on the left-hand side, it says Q by Soldo details with pending reopening. And then you say enforcement, police is never too much, reclosure not viable. With what's done, with items pending, danger in a closure is rerouting. So I'm just going to take you to a few things, and I'm going to ask you some questions about them. So it looks like there's a back and forth between Registrar. Could you pull out where I'm looking? It's right in the middle of the left-hand page, right there, just in case anybody couldn't see it. Thank you. You can close that down. I just wanted to make sure that that no one was confused about where I was looking. And then on the next page, it says David B. wet versus dry. And then it says A, Brian, what road stands out as exception? And then there's some reference there. And then David B, UK standard. And then A, Brian, comparison, shouldn't compare Ontario to UK. So it appears to me that Mr. Soldo and then Mr. Bogosian are asking you questions, providing you with information, then asking you questions, and then you are providing your preliminary response on at least three things: wet road collisions, the UK standard in the Trademan report, and closing the roadway. Is that your recollection of how this call unfolded?
Yeah, I think that's a fair description. I won't say I'm providing an opinion. I think I'm providing responses to questions. But yeah, there's a question. You know, what's your thought on this issue, and or your input, or anything you can tell us. And there's a back and forth.
Okay, but at this point, you don't have a copy of the Tradewind report, right?
That's correct. Yes.
So, Registrar, could you bring out the bottom of the right-hand side? So here it says David B. UK standard. He has in quotations. Answer, Brian, comparison plus shouldn't compare Ontario to UK. Has been some friction tests for some time in Ontario, plus MTO has used a threshold number, but for their own design, plus Link and RH are not ministry highways. So am I inferring from these notes correctly that Mr. Bogosian told you that the Tradewind report contained an investigatory standard from the UK?
I'm assuming so, based on that reference to UK. I mean, the overall content is consistent with the back and forth I had with Mr. Moore in 2015. And so, yeah, it sounds like there's been some additional input provided, and the UK comparison has been mentioned.
Okay. Do you recall if Mr. Bogosian actually told you that there was a UK standard set out in this Tradewind report, and that the Red Hill was below or well below the investigatory standard?
No, I don't recall that level of detail. I mean, it's now 4:30 or 5 p.m. on the 30th, and later that day he sends me the report. So, you know, he is aware of it, but I don't know what level of detail exactly occurred in the discussion.
Okay, can you close this, Registrar? And could you go back to where we were before on the left-hand side where it says Q by Soldo details A, Brian? Yeah, there. So the reason I ask about how much detail you have is because it appears to me that you may be providing a preliminary view that closure is not viable and that the danger in closure is rerouting. Do you recall coming to a conclusion in the course of this conversation with city staff that road closure would not be prudent?
No, I couldn't come to a conclusion because I didn't have any input. I think I'm talking generically about the benefits and drawbacks of doing a closure of a roadway. So if someone has put a suggestion on the table that, you know, they should close the road, I'm providing commentary about the potential benefits and, more importantly, the potential drawbacks of doing that. But I don't have input here, so I can't reach a conclusion. I haven't assessed the problem. I'm talking at the generic sense, the high level sense, the macro level of you know, what occurs when you close a roadway.
Thank you. Registrar, could you close this and go to HAM 64362, please? And the next page as well, please. So these are Mr. Bogosian's notes, and it's at the bottom anyways of the left-hand side. There's reference to BM, which I think is you. So I think you were on the call by that point, and the notes reflect Mr. Bogosian's notations of what you said to him. So at the very bottom of the left-hand side, it says BM close the RHVP ? Not necessary. And so is your evidence today that you were providing a generic view about the factors to consider with road closure and not a specific preliminary view that the RHVP didn't need to be closed?
Yeah, I mean, well, at this point, we've done quite a bit of study with respect to the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So I have some knowledge of the collision history, the types of collisions, the operations of the roadway. I do not have the trade wind report information, but if somebody with that basis of information, so I'm not ignorant of the roadway, but with that amount of information that I have, someone suggests to me, it appears to have occurred at the meeting, that the roadway should now, at this moment, be closed. My reaction is no, I don't think there's a necessity to close the road. I need more information to make some determination whether that's still the case before I would provide a professional opinion on it. But my words not the best, but my gut reaction to the suggestion that the road should be closed doesn't make any sense. There's far more drawbacks to a closure than there would be benefit. At least based on what knowledge I have to this moment.
Thank you. But that's, of course, the knowledge that you have includes at least some reference to the fact that there's a trade wind report that has friction values, one that you haven't seen yet. And so are you saying, just so that's really clear, that up to all the knowledge and expertise you had about the Red Hill up to 2018, you couldn't see a reason to close the road? But of course, understanding what the trade wind report says actually might change your view. Is that your evidence?
I certainly would agree that receipt of the trade wind report and whatever content it had would be a factor to incorporate into any decision making going forward. To this moment, the trade wind word has been mentioned with a question mark on my notes. So I don't know what it is. I don't know what it contains exactly. Perhaps something's been stated, but it's hasn't been digested yet. I have previous information and from previous studies done for the Red Hill, I have not seen that it would be appropriate to close the roadway based on any of the previous work that's been done. So nothing new has been provided to me at this meeting so far to change that. So my reaction to a suggestion of closure is, well, no. I mean, why would you do that? There's nothing there to necessitate closure. I recognize. I think the context is being taken incorrectly here. I'm not providing a professional opinion upon which the decision to close or not close, should be solely based in this conversation. And of course, what occurs later is a more diligent review of updated new information and past information to come to a conclusion. But this is my reaction to the suggestion, and I still think it's appropriate.
Thank you. There's one more reference I want to take you to in these notes, and it is 5 lines up from the bottom. It says 2013 trade wind first report, 2017 Golder, I could just say report. Do you recall anybody on the call from the city or Mr. Bogosian advising you that there had been additional testing of some kind done by Golder in 2017?
I see the note. I don't recall that being clearly understood by me. I recognize later in the day I get the Golder input, but no, I don't remember that level of detail.
Thank you. So what did you understand was the next steps coming out of this group call for you?
I think it's in my notes as well. At the sort of as the call comes to a conclusion, there's a going to be, or there is a request for me to respond to several questions. And those are going to be, I think they're preliminary. They're articulated to me in a preliminary manner, and then they're going to be articulated more formally, which occurs in short order. And then I'm going to be asked to respond to those questions in the context of the work that SEMA had done with respect to road safety on the Red Hill in the previous months and years.
Thank you. And were you expecting that you were going to provide some sort of written opinion or written report in response to the specific questions that were going to come more formally?
I think perhaps by the very end of the meeting, it starts to become clear that that's the case, but I think I needed confirmation of that. Like I didn't, this was a new task, or would be a new task for me, and I'm not engaged to do that yet. I don't have a contract for a new task. So I need to get clarification before I would do that. The context of what's being described would necessitate a written report in my mind. It's not something I would just give a verbal report on, but I'm not sure it's perfectly clear until, the very end of the meeting, or perhaps even after the meeting and the subsequent communications with Mr. Bogosian.
Okay. Did you connect the 2017 Golder report reference there to the PSV or PSD testing notations that you made during the call with Mr. Bogosian? Was that level of detail about what the 2017 Golder report included made clear to you during this call, or only when you received it?
No, I would not have been able to interpret that level of detail. I mean, I don't think I made a notation in my notes about the 2017 Golder report. I do have a notation of trade wind, but if it was, I missed it.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this, and if you can go to OD9A, page 368, please. Can you go to 369 as well, please? Actually, apologies. Can you go to 369 and 370? Thanks. Sorry about that. So, Mr. Malone, if you see at the bottom of 369 at paragraph 864, Mr. Bogosian emailed you under the subject line RHVB Council issues, and then he included the email that is excerpted at the top of 370. Just before we call that email out, just in terms of the subject line, a last question on sort of the outcome of the January 30th call. Did you understand in that call that the trade wind report had not been made public, either to council or to members of the public?
No, I don't think I understood that it had not been made available to council but I think the penny dropped that part of the FOI request discussion was about or around the trade wind report. So it probably concluded that it had not been made public, but only at this moment. So
Okay.
and to be clear, I don't think the header of the email, made any difference in that regard.
Well, this is my next question is, did you understand that whatever report that you prepared would be provided to City Council, either the actual report or some summary of the report?
No, that didn't become clear to me for a couple of days. And in fact, I'm sure you're going there, but the draft versions of the report that I write are titled to Mr. Bogosian, and it's only on the third version that it gets titled to the mayor and the council.
Yes. In terms of, you say, the penny dropping with the FOI, and I may take you to it in a moment because you did sort of summarize these calls for your colleagues. That one that we looked at before we got into the details of the call. And you do mention that the reports have been held in confidence, but we're going to be subject to an FOI. So when you say when the penny dropped, what about the content of the January 30th call led that penny to drop for you?
I think just in sort of total sense, I mean, here's everybody from the city's legal department. Here's the acting city manager, the director of commissioner of engineering. I mean, these are the highest levels of the organization dealing with this matter. The discussion concludes around the need for some a request that's going to be coming to me to respond to some specific questions. So there's something going on here that I certainly wasn't aware of until that meeting.
Okay. And did, in your follow-on calls, as you phrased them before with Mr. Soldo or Mr. McGuire or both, did they thread the needle in terms of the FOI request and why so many of the senior management and external legal were on the call with you on January 30th?
My recollection of the follow-up was more in the mundane matters of confirming that this is an assignment that the city is engaging SEMA and me to do, and you know, how am I doing that? The city, the legal department hasn't confirmed or clarified that they're engaging me, even though there had been some communication from Mr. Bogosian. So what I originally thought was an expert opinion assignment through Mr. Bogosian, you know, hasn't become that. He's never followed up, and I've never initiated an assignment with Mr. Bogosian. So I believe that the follow-up call was more in the practicalities of speaking to Mr. McGuire, Mr. Soldo about, oh, you know, I'm doing this for you, and you know, how do you want me to do this? Where do you want me to charge my time? Because this is going to be some effort. There's an assignment here, a task that needs to be undertaken, and nobody's actually, other than a conversation saying we want you to write some report, nobody's actually given me a direction in the form of an authorization to do work.
Thank you. Registrar, could you call out the top half of page 370, please? Thank you. So this is the email that Mr. Bogosian sends to you on January 30, and it encloses two reports, the Tradewind friction report and the Golder evaluation of pavement surface and aggregates report. And then there are three questions that he asked you to advise on. One is, can you advise if there are any changes are needed to the recommendations in the RSA? If there are any additional safety measures you would recommend to the city that the city implement between now and when the road is resurfaced, and whether the Red Hill should be closed to traffic in whole or in part. And then you'll note, he says this is very sensitive and urgent matter, and asks that you be succinct and direct in your responses. And also asked if you would be available to speak to council if needed on February 13th, commencing at 5 p.m., given your non-availability on February 6th. And just on that very last point in terms of availability, you were on vacation between February 6th and February 22 or so, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
In terms of the three questions that were set out in this email, did you understand that these questions were relayed to you during the course of the call and now they were just being put in writing? Or were these newly framed questions that you were receiving and now understanding that you were supposed to be answering?
My notes from the call have some indication that there was questions. I don't, if they were articulated, I don't think I had them clear in my mind as to what they were. But I took this to be a follow-up of from the call, and confirmation that what it is they were going to be asking me to do. So, but I would not go so far as to say that, there was a preliminary version of the questions which became a finalized version of the questions. It was more just I was going to be asked to answer some specific questions, and again, they may or may not have been articulated in some manner to me at the call. I don't recall. But we're only a couple of hours later here when this lands in my inbox.
Okay. You forward this to one of your colleagues, Mr. Petzold. Registrar, could you close these, the call out down and the document down? And go, thank you. And go to CIM 17198, please. And if you could go down to the first image, image 3. So I won't take you to image 4, but Mr. Malone, you can see at the bottom that you flip the email that we were just looking at for Mr. Malone, pardon me, for Mr. Bogosian to you, to Mr. Petzold. And just with these page breaks, you can't actually see that. Registrar, can you bring up image 2 and image 3 at the same time? There you go. Actually, I think it might be just the way that the email chain goes, but you can see at the very top of the right-hand side, it says on January 30th at 7:14 p.m., you wrote, and then it says subject to client solicitor privilege, confidential, Jeff. And you'll see in the back and forth, I believe that Jeff is Jeff Petzold, even though there's not actually a block that says that. Do you recall reaching out to Mr. Petzold that night?
Yeah, I emailed the content, the email that had come from Mr. Bogosian to Mr. Petzold, and I believe others as well. I can't remember exactly, but certainly to him.
Certainly you updated your colleagues, Dr. Hadiagi and Dr. Salek, Mr. Amrani, and Kevin DeCoste. You sent them all sort of a summary of what had occurred that night. That was the first document that we first looked at. But this one is I believe just to Mr. Petzold. Oh, actually, I'm wrong about that. Mr. Salek and Dr. Hadiagi are copied. I won't go in just because I'd like to stay in this document, but they are copied on this email from you. So it looks like, given the content of this email, that you have read the trade wind report before you forward it to Mr. Petzold, copied to Dr. Hadiagi and Mr. Salek. Is that right?
I scanned it, I think, yes.
And at this point,
only 6 or 7 pages of text.
And at this point, you had not yet received the Golder report to which the trade wind report is appended. Is that right? That one comes in a number of tranches the next day, I believe. At least that's what the email suggests.
I'd have to open the email, but I thought there were 2 things, pretty sure there were 2 things that came from Bogosian. I know he sends me a more comprehensive multi-part email with the full Golder report, but there's 2 documents in the Bogosian email.
You're right. And I'm sorry, it's confusing because there are 2 reports prepared by Golder that are relevant. And so this one includes that Mr. Bogosian sent you the trade wind report and also the 2017 Golder pavement surface analysis evaluation. My question just now was actually a different Golder report. At this point, you don't have the Golder report to which the trade wind report was appended.
Well, I guess I Not sure I realize that at this point, but.
Okay, no, fair enough. You
because
may not.
They came to me as two separate documents. The bottom on the right side is, one, and there's a number 2 listed on the next page, obviously. So I don't know the context of what's attached to what at this point, because Mr. Bogosian has made the decision how he's going to send it to me.
Thank you. Okay, so we will come to the other Golder report, but this one, so you have the Tradewind report and you have the 2017 pavement evaluation from Golder. So you said you'd skimmed the Tradewind report. Had you also looked at the 2017 Golder report?
Potentially, I don't recall precisely.
Okay.
I know I'm under a timeline here to provide a response. They're eager for a response, as Mr. Bogosian's note says, quick. And I'm departing on vacation early next week, so the window is tight.
Okay. So you say to Mr. Petzold, I've had a very brief read through. Actually, Registrar, could you just call out everything from Jeff down to thanks in advance? Thank you, that assists my eyes. I've had a very brief read through. The results for the RHVP look to show poor friction results, and the report puts findings in subcontext, stating, and then you excerpt from the Tradewind report. In Canada, there are currently no guidelines with which to compare data collected by CFME for roads and highways, although these are well established for airport runways. And then you ask Mr. Petzold, do any jurisdictions in Canada have thresholds they use? How is friction data assessed if there is no threshold? So are you asking Mr. Petzold that because you personally don't have expertise in friction standards?
No, I'm asking Mr. Petzold for 2 reasons. One is I'm familiar with him from previous discussions, had communicated with him when I had understood there may be a potential opportunity to be involved in the pavement design for the what ultimately became the repaving assignment. Secondly, I had been provided with input from Mr. Moore in that back and forth back in 2015, saying there are no thresholds, or the MTO doesn't tell anybody what the threshold is, and words to that effect. And so I'm conferring or checking with him to see if he knows, if he can confirm the statement which is in the Tradewind report.
You go on to say, well, first you go on to ask him, is the interpretation of data an accurate reflection of it being as bad as it sounds? And then you reference the conclusions of the Tradewind report about the localized sections of quite low friction values and the fact that overall friction averages are well below or well below the UK investigatory level 2. Did you have any experience with interpreting friction values prior to this email? Recognizing you've already said what you did with Mr. Moore and what you did with Mr. McGuire in those emails, but other than that, did you actually have any experience in interpreting friction data?
Yeah, lots of experience in understanding and interpreting friction information in terms of road design and operation. I mean, I'm a graduate civil engineer, 35 or 7 years of experience at that point, taken postgraduate courses in road design, including geometric road design and issues of road friction. I completed specialized training in the TAC Geometric Design Guide. I'm designated as a professional traffic operations engineer by the Transportation Professional Certification Board, and that includes proctored exam where geometric design controls are part of what's being assessed. 2018, I had recently become a road safety professional designation by the certification board, and that includes understanding of crash patterns and safety problems, which can relate to friction issues. I'm a licensed engineer in Ontario, in British Columbia, Saskatchewan, and I had been licensed in other provinces in the past. Maintain my professional credentials on an annual basis. So yes, think I have a significant amount of experience with respect to understanding and interpreting road friction information.
That was not what I said. That was not my question.
Well,
My question was, had you had experience interpreting friction data, the data itself, the underlying numbers? Had you had experience in interpreting that?
well, if the friction data is supposed to represent the friction values, then what I'm saying is that, yes, I do have understanding in how to interpret friction values. No, I'm not my experience does not include collecting friction data using the various methods that are available. I'm well aware that there's many different methods by which friction data can be collected. The Tradewinds report and process used one method, but there are, I don't know, 25 or 22 different methods by which you can collect friction data. I believe I'm qualified to respond to this. I've been qualified as an expert in Ontario Provincial Court with respect to civil engineering, traffic engineering, road design.
Sir, I think you've already gone through. We went through your CV at the very beginning of your examination, and you've just went through your background just now. So I think you've moved away from answering my question, and I'd like to move on.
Well, I'm just trying to clarify that I do think that I had sufficient expertise to provide an interpretation of the friction data information which was presented in the Tradewind report.
Thank you. I think that the inquiry has that evidence. Had you ever had to been provided with a report that looked like this, where some company had gone and obtained friction values from a road, and then you were asked to look at that report? Have you ever done that before?
No, I had not.
So you ask at the bottom, is this something that we can offer an opinion on? And that's in reference to the lawyers. This is what you say just before that. The lawyers are asking some questions as well, including whether the road should be closed based on these results. Alternatively, should immediate remedial action be undertaken, even though they're repaving in June? And so you ask, is that something we can provide an opinion on, to Mr. Petzold? So Mr. Malo, I'm going to put to you that you of course have a lot of expertise in dealing with the road safety aspects of this question, but would you agree that you were asking Mr. Petzold about whether SEMA as a company could provide an opinion on this because you needed assistance in the interpretation of the friction data itself?
I think I'm conferring with Mr. Petzold to get what input he's potentially able to provide with respect to the subject matter. He has more experience than I do with respect to pavement materials and pavement design, and therefore he could be a valuable resource to assist in the interpretation and the response which is ultimately provided. So that's the context for which I communicated with him, and I think conferring with a colleague with respect to the technical information is fully appropriate to do.
Would you agree with me that the assessment of whether the road should be closed is going to be, there's a number of factors that are going to go into that. One of them, I think you've already spoken to, which is, the potential of sort of overflow issues, or like what might happen if one road gets closed. The second, I think, is collision analysis of a road and whether there's such a high proportion of collisions that there suggests a safety issue. And then a third would be the quality of the pavement surface. Would you agree that those are three things that would go into that assessment of whether the road should be closed?
I agree certainly on the first two. When you say quality, I think the assessment in terms of friction values that are available on the road surface is something that certainly should be reviewed and assessed, because friction values are an important component of geometric road design, and therefore understanding what friction is potentially available on the road will assist in determining whether the fundamental design parameters have been achieved.
Sir, I'm going to suggest to you, and this is just a hypothetical, this is not what the Tradewind report says, but if the Tradewind report says friction levels are at 10, they're at 5, they're so low that you must take further action. You'd agree that that in and of itself might lead to a road closure, right? It's not just geometry. It's not just that analysis. It could actually just be the pavement surface, what might lead to might be a factor in the road closure, right?
Well, you're saying pavement surface. I want to be clear in terms of words being used. The friction values are very much an important component. So the numbers relayed in a report on friction are definitely critically important, and the comparison and correlation of those numbers to values used in design would be a consideration for sure. So if friction values were 2 instead or 0.02 in the TAC vernacular, that would be a different situation than numbers that were presented in the Tradewin report.
So you had said that friction values can be an important component for metric road design. And you said that they can be an important component in understanding TAC values, but you'd agree that friction values independently, not related to geometric design, not related to TAC values, but that they in and of themselves may be a factor that one would assess in whether to close a road.
You can't look at them independently. You have to look at those numbers in relation to the geometric design of the roadway. And that's the context for which the report is undertaken. So the numbers themselves have to be examined in the context of how they, what degree of friction they provide on the road. And that can be compared to the geometric design parameters that are utilized in the industry.
Okay, so that's the lens in which you view it. That's your evidence?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring up CIM 17209 period 0002? And could you bring up the next image as well? So, Mr. Malone, this is the Golder 2018. This one is dated December 17, 2018. And this is the evaluation of pavement surface and aggregates. It's the Golder report that Mr. Bogosian sent you. This is the version that was sent to you. And did you review this on the evening of January 30th? Do you recall?
I believe I would have, yes. I don't have specific recollection of that.
Okay. Registrar, can you pull out analysis and interpretation, please? Thank you. And I'm sorry that I appreciate the big call out from the left-hand side. I actually want another call out as well. Can you pull that over, Registrar? And can you also call out the 3 bullet points that are on the left-hand side? Thank you, Registrar. So this report talks about 3 tests that Golder had done in 2017. One was testing of surface frictional properties using the British pendulum tester. And the next was the pavement texture measurements at the surface friction test locations using volumetric technique, sand patch testing. And then the third was the coring of surface coarse asphalts. So that's those are the field investigations that they completed. And then you'll see on the other call out, and Registrar, you can close the left-hand call out now. There were laboratory testing done from those field investigations, and they reference that the PSV of the tested aggregate was 45. And at this point, when you read this, did you connect that back to what Mr. Bogosian had been talking about in his call with you in December of 2018?
No, I don't think I made that direct connection at this point in time.
Okay. And did you have an understanding about whether PSV testing tested frictional qualities?
Sorry, did I have an understanding that it did, or?
That it did.
Yeah, it's a method of testing friction, yes.
And did you understand what the finding of 45 for PSV testing, what that meant in terms of the quality of the frictional characteristics of the aggregate that was tested?
No, I don't have a context as to what that means
Okay.
based on what I'm reading here.
And generally at the time in 2019, you didn't have a context for what would be an appropriate range or what sort of range one might be looking for PSV testing?
I don't know what individual road authorities may use as their desired range. No.
Okay. And then skipping down to the fourth paragraph, there's a reference to PBN value, which is 35. And then the results range from 21 to 62. And it says, while the average can be considered as good, the testing results were very variable. Values below 30 would be considered low. 6 of the readings were below 30. And then it says the BPN testing was carried out while the temperature was below 0 and there was a light snowfall, and therefore the numbers could not be considered to be reliable. So just stopping at the first part of this, which is the BPN value at 39 on average, it goes on to give you a bit more context about what appropriate ranges would be or what useful ranges would be. Did you independently have knowledge about the ranges for British pendulum testing numbers that would be indicative of good frictional characteristics?
Not independently. I'm reading the Goler input as provided.
Okay. And did you take note that the BPN numbers would not be considered reliable because of the temperature in which they were tested?
I see that. I didn't take specific note of it, but I see that the results appear to be discounted.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, could you close this down? And can you go to OD 9A, page 380 and 381? Thank you. So this is actually just a follow-up from the email exchange we were just looking at, but I thought rather than going back to that, the underlying document, we just go into the back and forth that you exchange with Mr. Petzold. So you'll see you send that email to him, the one we were just looking at, and he responds at the bottom of page 830 at 10:08 p.m. I'm just stopping there. Mr. Petzold's in the mountain region. Is that right in terms of time zone?
Yes, that's why some of his emails are 2 hours. They appear to be earlier than the previous ones.
Thank you. And so he says at the bottom of 380, this information is quite interesting. I'm just going to say that out loud so that we can then call out the next page, 381. Registrar, can you call out the first half of that page, please? Just so it's big enough. Thank you. So there is a reference. First, the second paragraph, doing some quick search on that piece of equipment yields very little in terms of results analysis. And then it references, Mr. Petzold references his old professor performs friction measurement using one of these devices, and then references the SAGA engineering. And Mr. Petzold says this might be a valuable resource. Do you recall reaching out to SAGA engineering?
I did not know.
Okay. There's also a reference, second paragraph from the bottom, to Susan Teague out of Waterloo. Did you reach out to her at any point as you were assessing the Red Hill friction values set out in the trade wind report?
I did not know.
In the fourth paragraph, Mr. Petzold says, I'm afraid I don't know of any municipalities that have standards for friction characteristics. Most that I know of would just take the measurements as a baseline and then perform regular checks to see when it drops and how quickly. And so that was consistent with your understanding about there not being at least published friction standards within municipalities. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think more importantly, it's also consistent with my understanding of how friction evaluation is practiced by road authorities. Essentially, setting a baseline and then monitoring change over time.
Registrar, could you close this out? And then could you call out the second half of this, starting with having said all this? So Mr. Petzold says in the fourth paragraph, the question around whether the road should be closed might be a bit overkill. But I'd say that rehabilitation needs to be expedited. Can't do much with the winter other than sand/salt. But if they could do an interim chip seal or something, maybe even mill the pavement so it has texture to it, question mark. Do you recall taking note of Mr. Petzold's suggestion that one option would be to do an interim chip seal or something, or maybe even a mill?
I think I made note of it. So yeah, I read it. I'm aware that it's there.
Did you provide that suggestion for Mr. Petzold to the city at any point?
No, I did not. In preparation for this hearing, I understand that that had come from Golder.
Sorry, I'll just stop there. In preparation from this hearing?
Well, in preparation for and listening to the evidence that's been given through the hearing, I understand that that occurred from Golder.
Thank you. So at the time that you were preparing your February 4th memo, you didn't know that Golder had made that recommendation?
Not at this point. I don't think. We're still late in the evening on January 30th. No.
Okay. No, I think you're not wrong about that. But my question was more specifically, you never told the city that. And at the time, you didn't know that Golder had made this recommendation. I'm just trying to understand your evidence.
At this time, 10 o'clock on the evening of January 30th? No.
No, you know what, I'm going to take a step back. The next day, Mr. Bogosian sends you the Golder report, not the one that we've just been looking at, but the one that comes to you over a series of several large PDFs. Do you remember receiving that report?
I do.
Do you remember reviewing that report?
Certainly some review of it, yes. I'm
Okay.
not sure I read every single page, but yes.
And do you recall that that report contained a recommendation to do microsurfacing or some other process to texturize the material, the surface?
I'd have to go back through the material to check. I can't remember.
Okay, well, this is what I'm getting stuck on, is if you knew that between when you received the Golder report and when you prepared your report on February 4. I can go to the Golder report if you'd like. Would that assist?
Potentially, but there's multiple documents there. I'd have to go through and review what and where I've seen in the content of it.
Registrar, could you bring up CIM 17195 period 0001? And can you just go to the next page as well, Mr. Malone? So this is the actual start of the Golder report, which is over 100 pages. That's why it's in a number of PDFs. I think Mr. Bogosian sends it to you out of order. But the actual, it has a number of appendices, including the Tradewind report. Registrar, can you go to page 7, please? And page 8, please. I'm sorry. I'm looking at, I meant pages of the underlying document, not the image. Page 9 and 10, please. Thank you. So you'll see there's a reference to friction testing on the right-hand side. Registrar, could you call out 5.0? So Mr. Malone, I just want to understand, and I'm just referencing this portion of it before we actually get to more of this. Do you recall seeing this report, which is not that lengthy, although the actual appendices are, and in particular, this information in the Golder report, the 2014 Golder report?
I do, yes, for a couple of reasons.
What are those?
Well, the first one is, I think I realized that this is the information that was included in the email sent from Mr. Moore in 2015, the summary table, I think. And the other is that the Golder report describes these values as being friction numbers. The Tradewind report described them as being grip numbers. So it's the Golder has made the linkage that the values reported in the Tradewind report are friction number values, stated in whole numbers instead of decimal numbers. But that's an important connection for me to interpret the information.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this call out? And can you go to image 10 and image, pardon me, and image 10 and image 11? So this is the analysis and recommendations section. Registrar, could you pull out the last 5 paragraphs on the right-hand side? So Golder in the 3rd paragraph down says it's recommended that the surface course SMA be milled and a new surface course be mixed at selected locations. And then just skipping to the next paragraph on the remaining portion, existing cracks in the surface course should be rooted and sealed to prevent egress of water. In the pavement structure, following the rooting and sealing, it's recommended a single layer of microsurfacing be applied. By carrying out the mill and overlay where required and applying microsurfacing, the issue of relatively low FN on the RHVP could be addressed. And then it references the new surface course mix should incorporate aggregates that have a good polished stone value. So just stopping there. Do you recall understanding when you received the Golder report, which we know from the evidence was on January 31, that Golder had made recommendations to the city in 2014 to add a single layer of microsurfacing?
I think I recall reading this, so I was aware of it. Yes.
Okay. That was a bit of a route back to my initial question. So let's go back to the email with Mr. Petzold. Registrar, could you close this down? And you can close this. And if you can go back to 9A, page 380 and 381, please. And if you can call it 3D1, the bottom half of that page. So Mr. Malone, my question to you was, Mr. Petzold here says can't do much in the winter other than salt sand, but if they could do an interim chip seal or something, maybe even mill the pavement so it has texture to it. I think your evidence was that you did not convey Mr. Petzold's suggestion to the city. Is that right?
That's correct. I did not. But it would appear that they had that suggestion from Golder, is my point.
Okay, but you didn't, is that the reason that you didn't convey this information to the city?
No, I don't think explicitly that. I'm reviewing a different question. I'm not reviewing the pavement condition, which is subject to the Golder report. I appreciate Mr. Petzold's input, but I think he's got a lens which is similar to the Golder staff. I'm looking at it from a different perspective in terms of the road safety question.
I see. So one of the questions that Mr. Bogosian puts to you is, are there any additional safety measures you would recommend the city implement between now and when the road is resurfaced in late spring of 2019? And you viewed that question to be only related to safety measures, not including the pavement surface. Is that right?
Well, pavement design is not my expertise, so my perspective would have been context of remedial measures that are consistent with traffic engineering, traffic safety perspectives. And we had made a number of those recommendations in the 2013 report, the 2015 report, and the 2018 roadside safety assessment report. So, speed limit signs, feedback signs, slippery when wet, enhanced enforcement, and so on and so forth. So that's the context that I was reviewing and contemplating providing input at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner, it is about 8 minutes to 1. And we took our break a little bit early. So I'm wondering if it might make sense to take a break now and come back at 2 o'clock.
Sure. Let's stand adjourned until 2 o'clock.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Excuse me, Registrar. Excuse me. Registrar, could you go to CIM 17189, please?
Sorry, Council, do you mind just repeating it? Was it 17189?
17198. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Malone, before the lunch break, we were talking about some discussions that you had with Mr. Petzold, and this is part of the chain. We were just looking at the email below. And Registrar, could you call out the top email, please? Thank you. So you say in this first, you should know that the values have been relatively stable since the road opened. The Red Hill section was built separately and is a different pavement mix. So just stopping there, did you consider the 2007 MTO friction numbers that you had received from Mr. Malone and Mr. McGuire in advising Mr. Petzold that the values have been relatively stable?
I don't really recall that the wording of the note would suggest that, but I don't have a recollection of it.
Okay, can you think of anything else that would have led you on which you would base a statement, values have been relatively stable?
No, I can't.
At this point, so this is January 31, 2019, did you understand that the MTO 2007 data was comparable in terms of the methodology used to the Tradewind friction data?
Comparable, you mean the testing methodology was the same, or comparable in that friction numbers could be compared to the numbers in each grouping could be compared?
Either, both.
Yeah, I didn't have any information on the testing methodologies from the MTO. I think it comes up more clear later on. So if I'm considering both of those, then I'm trying to consider whether the two sets of friction values can be compared.
Okay. You may recall when Mr. Moore sent you the email, and then when Mr. McGuire sent it to you, there was an academic paper that was attached to those emails, in addition to the actual testing data that dealt with early age friction issues in SMA. And just a reminder, you were aware of early age friction issues in SMA by 2019. Is that right?
Yes, I think that's been identified in a couple of other emails, and I recall the attachment.
Okay. And did you consider that when you made the statement the values have been relatively stable?
No, I'm not sure there was a sort of direct correlation to that. I think it would appear that it's a comparison of the two sets of numbers.
Okay. You also asked Mr. Petzold, I'm interested to know how the values noted can be compared to the TAC friction values used in the stopping distance calculation. Are they the same numbers? Why were you interested in that? Actually, maybe I'll put it differently. I think you've already explained that you understood the TAC friction values from your other work. Was that the reason that you wanted to understand if these were equivalent numbers?
Yeah, I think I was asking him his opinion on the conclusion that I had reached, that they were the values of the friction numbers in the trade wind report were and could be compared directly to the TAC friction numbers with an appropriate recognition that one was in decimals and one was in whole numbers. So I think I've reached that conclusion at this point, and I'm essentially looking for confirmation or any input he can provide in that regard.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you close this document down and go to OD 9A, page 8, pardon me, 382 and 383, please? And so you have some back and forth with Mr. Petzold coming from that email we were just looking at. Registrar, can you call out 885 to 886? So you're sort of asking these questions, I think, just the way that you've just described it. Can they be expressed as decimals? Are they the same as the F values from TAC?
Yes, I've reached an interpretation, and I think I'm asking him if he's got something different that he understands.
Thank you, Registrar. Could you close this down and go to the top of 383? And call it out. Thank you. And then this is his response. That'd probably be a safe bet. However, I don't know if we can assume that the numbers in the city's report range from 0 to 100. If they did, however, that would be a reasonable assumption. So did that leave you with some comfort that the TAC F values were the same, except for where the decimal was placed, as the grip number set out in the trade wind report?
Well, it was the Golder report that does that correlation between the grip numbers GN and the friction numbers FN. I was more making the connection between the FN, capital F, capital N numbers that range from 0 to 100 or to whatever, to the TAC numbers, which are in decimal points. So I was trying to make sure I had that correlation correct, or the assumption of that correlation was a reasonable one to take.
Okay, and your conclusion at this point was that it was a reasonable assumption to make?
I think I had reached it. I was reaching out to Mr. Petzold for confirmation of that, or if he had any information to counter that interpretation.
Thank you. And going forward, you relied on that assumption?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to page 400 of ODA. And if you can call it 911, please. Actually, I think we might have gone through this. I'm just sort of now just running through the rest of this email. I think that's fine. It says, I have a good handle and your thought is same as mine. I can make an assumption, but we don't know for sure. So I just wanted to give you that last sort of email back and forth in the chain. And so from here going forward, that was the assumption that you made?
Well, it's the assumption I've concluded, and I believe I've got confirmation from Mr. Petzold, and I use that or state that assumption in the subsequent report.
Thank you. Registrar, you could close this down, and if you can go to HAM 64331, please. Thank you. So on February 1st, you were asked to join another call by Mr. Bogosian, and I've brought up his final opinion, which you've said you haven't seen, but there is a reference. He summarizes this call, and we'll go to that in a moment. Just before we do, were you anticipating another call with the city and Mr. Bogosian after January 30?
No, I'm not sure I was anticipating one. I mean, there's the communication that takes place by email, clarifying the questions that are going to form the scope of the subsequent memo. So I'm not sure I was anticipating a second meeting to follow up on that. No.
Okay. We don't have notes from you on this call in a transcribed way, as far as I know.
Sorry, this call,
sorry,
Mr. Bogosian's, nope.
Yeah, we don't have a transcription of the call. Sorry, we don't have notes that are transcribed is what I was trying to say. If you go to CIM 22419, and pull out the next image too, please. So I think that on the left-hand side is you doing some research and not referencing the call, but then starting on the right-hand side is the actual call. Is that right?
Yeah, the left side would indicate a meeting, a call with Mr. Solo and Mr. McGuire at 10:30. And the right-hand side, one with Mr. Bogosian, it looks to be at 15:45, and Nicole Lottie.
Thank you. What do you recall from the meeting, pardon me, the call with Mr. Soldo and McGuire?
I don't really recall much. I suspect it was confirmations of sort of where I was, maybe the status of where I was in the preparation of the memo that ultimately is completed. But I really don't have any recollection of it. Okay.
And for the call with the larger group, David, Gord, Jasmine, Edward, was that to provide your preliminary view now that you'd had a couple of days with the documents, or was it for some other purpose?
No, I'm pretty sure that's what it was about.
Okay. Registrar, could you pull up image 2 and 3?
Excuse me.
So again, we don't have a transcription of this, but I know that you prefer these notes in any event. Were you provided with any additional information on this call that you were not otherwise aware of before this call?
I don't recall any additional information. I don't really recall the discussion. I suspect it was more focused around the next step that was going to occur, which was this presentation of at least the content of my report, amongst other things, to council. So I see it says presentation in camera. So I'm assuming they're sort of relaying some of their action plan or plans for the upcoming meeting with council.
Okay. And you said earlier that you often don't record what you are saying to people. You record information that is being provided to you. We do have Mr. Bogosian's summary where it appears, and I'll take you to it in a moment, that you provided your preliminary view about the 3 questions that he had posed to you. And given your practice, it wouldn't be surprising that you wouldn't have those noted here in your notes. Is that right?
Yeah, that would make sense. And the timeline also obviously makes sense as well. I've now had the material for a day or so. I started my review. I know I worked pretty hard to try to get some clarity on preliminary thoughts, including the communications with Mr. Petzel.
Okay. Registrar, can you go back to HAM 64331? And can you go to image 9, please? Can you pull up 10 as well, please? Thank you. This is the February 4 version of Mr. Bogosian's opinion. The one we looked at this morning it had the summary from from December 11. And now in this version, there's also a summary of your call with him from February 1st of 2019. And he summarized 5 comments that you made. Registrar, could you pull out the bullet points, please? Registrar, it goes on to the next page. Can you just pull out the last little bit of the next page? Thank you. Mr. Malone, does this fairly reflect the information that you provided on the February 1st call?
I don't have notes that indicate otherwise, so I would suspect it's probably reflective of it, yes.
Okay. But reading it today, nothing is jumping out at you as an inaccurate summary of your preliminary views?
There's a couple of things that I'm not sure are fully accurate. One of the wording, I think it's in the fourth bullet, describes sort of the second last line, levels that met accepted. Wait a minute. Yeah. Oh, no, sorry. The second line of the fourth bullet. Tradewin relied on a chart which was not accepted within the traffic engineering industry. I don't think I used the word accepted. I guess my terminology might have been that it's not, part of the norm of what's used in the traffic engineering industry, and at least in North America. So accepted implies something different to me, and I don't think I would have used that word.
Okay. On that point, had you done any research to confirm what the industry standards were for the pavement materials industry as compared to the traffic engineering industry?
No, I was looking at it from the perspective of traffic engineering and traffic safety.
Okay. And did you have any further information by February 1 since your emails in 2015 with Mr. Moore about the threshold that the MTO used when they were assessing their own pavement?
No, I had no additional input. I had attempted research to determine friction threshold levels used in the manner described in the Tradewin's report of investigatory levels and such, but I was unable to locate any.
And you didn't reach out to anyone at MTO to try to get that information, did you?
Well, we're on the weekend at this point, so no.
Okay. The reference in the second bullet is to not reducing the speed limit on the Red Hill that reducing the speed limit was not necessary or appropriate. But that's you strongly recommend enhanced enforcement of the existing speed limit. What was your basis for taking the view that reducing the speed limit on the Red Hill was not necessary or appropriate?
Well, it's consistent with the recommendation that was in the SEMA 2018 speed limit review report. Again, I wasn't the author or the reviewer of the report, but I had read it and agreed with the conclusion. There's a danger, in my view, in reducing the speed limit, which was articulated in the report of resulting in varying speed limits. The report had identified that one of the three warrants, three methodologies reviewed, identified one location of the Red Hill for potential speed limit reduction. And the conclusion I had reached, and I think is consistent with the report, is that reducing one section of the highway has the potential to cause more negative issues than positive ones. And the alternative approach of achieving enforcement of the existing speed limit is more likely a better solution than speed limit reduction. That was the professional opinion that was offered, and I agreed with it and maintained that.
Thank you, Registrar. You can close this down. And if you can go to CIM 17171. And if you can go to CIM 17171.0001. Thank you. So I'm just bringing up briefly on the left-hand side an email where you sent your draft, your first draft of what we call the February 4 SEMA memo to Mr. Bogosian, and you sent that in the evening on February 3rd. And then the image on the right-hand side is that document. So you'll see the back and forth, pardon me, and maybe I think I misspoke. You sent it, Mr. Bogosian responds, and he attached, he included a draft, and what's on the right-hand side is your original document plus his comments. Sorry about that, I misspoke.
Yeah, his markup is the document on the right-hand side of the screen, right?
His markup, so your initial plus his markup is on the right-hand side. And the email exchange on the left-hand side is the back and forth. So I apologies for misstating that. Registrar, you can close down the left-hand image. And if you can go to images 1 and 2. And this is a bit small, especially because it's with markup. Registrar, could you call out all of image 2, please? So as far as I could tell, all of Mr. Bogosian's markups are identified, with red highlight or underlined or, red font or underlined or highlighted. I don't think there's anything else in there that that's not identified. So at least that's how I understand it. So I'm going to treat the text that is not otherwise marked up as your original text, and then the comments that are referenced and highlighted as Mr. Bogosian's. Is that fair? Is that also your understanding?
I believe that's my understanding. That is my understanding as well. Yes.
Great. So in image 2, you start to respond to the 3 questions that Mr. Bogosian had sent to you on the 30th. The first question being, in light of the 2014 Golder report, are any changes needed to the recommendations in the previous SEMA report or to the city, SEMA reports to the city regarding safety on the Red Hill? And so that this is changes to past recommendations. And it says it's in respect of the information in the 2014 Golder report. I presume you looked at not only the Golder 2014 Golder report, but also the underlying 2014 Tradewind report. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
So you'll see Mr. Bogosian has a notation in the paragraph that is 3 paragraphs down in the answer. And it said, had the Golder report been provided to SEMA and reviewed prior to completing our report, we would have appropriately adjusted the friction testing recommendation to one that urged further investigation of the friction findings in the Golder report relating to road design and operations. And Mr. Bogosian adds, indicate that you are aware that further friction testing was in fact undertaken by COH since the receipt of the Golder report. So I'm going to come back to your initial drafting, but just for the moment, looking at Mr. Bogosian's comment, did you understand his comment to be a reference to the 2017 Golder testing?
And he doesn't make a specific reference to it, to any specific document. I think he's talking post Tradewinds report. So I don't think he makes a specific reference. I don't think it had an interpretation of one or the other.
Okay. So did you understand that there was further friction testing undertaken since the receipt of the 2014 Golder report?
I received his comment, but I didn't simply regurgitate it back with, yes, further friction testing was done. I think the wording I do make a modification to the wording, but the wording that I make is that further pavement evaluation was undertaken, which was my interpretation of the additional documentation that I had.
Okay. And did you review the 2017 pavement evaluation that was done, which I will agree is what you put in your revised draft? Did you view those evaluations as meeting the 2015 SEMA recommendation to conduct friction testing?
No, I didn't. I read them as meeting the Tradewinds recommendation for further evaluation and further investigation, I guess would be the better wording.
Okay. So you didn't view the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation as friction testing in the way that SEMA had recommended it?
No, I don't think so. I don't think it was ever provided with anything until the information shortly before repaving that friction testing was done by the city.
Thank you. So just going back to your drafting, so you say, had the Golder report been provided to SEMA and reviewed prior to completing our report, we would have appropriately adjusted the friction testing recommendation to one that urged further investigation of the friction findings in the Golder report relating to road design and operations. So I find that sentence to be a bit confusing. Do you mean that SEMA, had they had the trade wind report and Golder report, would have recommended further investigation of the pavement?
Yeah, maybe what's making it confusing from my end is I'm using the words Golder report, but I think I'm really meaning the trade wind report. The trade wind was an appendices to the Golder report. So having now seen that information, the Golder report with the trade wind component to it, it's recommending or it's identifying the investigatory level, which is indicative of need for additional evaluation. And we would have, I think, potentially incorporated a comment or recommendation that be undertaken.
Okay, so I think I could read this sentence in two different ways. One is, if SEMA had known about the trade wind report and the Golder report, it would have said to the city in 2015, you need to think about a high friction application or something to fix this pavement. It's very similar to what was done in 2013 in respect of one of the ramps. So that's one way I could interpret what you mean by urged further investigation of the friction findings relating to road design or operations. The other way that I could read this is that you would have urged the city to more carefully consider whether and how friction was a contributing factor to collisions.
I think I'm somewhere maybe between those two, which is that I think what we would have done was said to do the follow-up of the investigation, the evaluation that was identified in the trade wind report. I mean, we're in 2015, the trade wind report had been completed by that point. If that document had been part of what we were reviewing in 2015, I think what I'm saying and attempting to say in this paragraph is that we would have said, yes, you should continue your evaluations of your pavement as identified in the trade wind report, because the further evaluation would not have been done at that point, and the recommendation for evaluation would have been in our hands with trade winds. There's a time sequence to consider here, but that's what I'm intending to say. I guess I'm not doing it very well.
Okay, so you would not have changed the way that you approached, that is, SEMA approached the assessment of friction as a contributing factor to collisions if you had the trade wind report and Golder report in 2015?
Yeah, yes, I think that's correct. I mean, the problem with the results of the trade wind report is that they indicate, in my interpretation, friction levels that are in excess of the values that are utilized in road design. So theoretically, that should mean that friction is not an issue because the friction levels are provided. We have a preponderance of wet road crashes. I don't think it would be the smoking gun of confirmation that pavement surface was the key factor and problem in the resulting consequences of these collisions. So I don't think that our recommendations would have changed significantly overall. Wet road crashes are still problematic. They're at a proportion which is too high. We have more information regarding friction, but I still have, based on my interpretation now, information about friction, which indicates it exceeds is more than the values used in design, and then therefore theoretically are not an issue. Is there a different friction problem beyond the straight comparison of those numbers that is something there, and that's where further evaluation of the pavement could be potentially useful, which is what was recommended and was ultimately done.
Had you known at the time of preparing the 2015 report that the design speed was actually 100 kilometers an hour, you will recall I asked you about this earlier, and had you had the information in the trade wind report, would that have changed the way that you approached the recommendations in 2015? And before you answer, I'm just going to try to provide a bit of context for my question, and then maybe I'll ask it again. By 2018, you said this morning that the issue of friction as a potential contributing factor was starting to crystallize for you. And had you had the trade wind report and the Golda report in 2015, and had you known about the design speed being 100 kilometers an hour in 2015, would that have crystallized earlier for you?
Mr. Commissioner, this is Richard Provo. Mr. Malone is here to testify as a witness of fact. This triple hypothetical question, in my opinion, exceeds the boundaries of what we can ask a witness of fact. It clearly becomes an expert at this point.
Commissioner, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, Ms. Lawrence, do you want to speak to that?
I certainly disagree with the characterization that Mr. Malone is being asked to provide any sort of expert analysis. As a fact witness, it's entirely appropriate to put information to him that if he had known, he may have taken a different approach. And so I'm trying to understand the key thing in this case, which is if people had had the trade wind report and more information about the Red Hill at an earlier period of time, would that have changed the way that the city received information from its consultants? I view it to be entirely fair.
Yes. Mr. Provo, or Maître Provo, if I may use that term. I don't see this as a question of an expert witness. I think this is trying to understand Mr. Malone's statement with respect to whether or not the 2015 report recommendations would have been any different. And I think all that's being put to Mr. Malone are the additional facts, one of which, of course, is the trade wind report, which is the purpose of the memorandum in the first place. And he is giving his answer as a revisiting of the 2015 report. And I think all that this additional question adds is the further element that was reflected in the roadside safety assessment, which was that the design speed was in fact different from that which had been assumed by SEMA in 2015. And I think that's a fair question to ensure that the answer captures all of the differences in assumptions from those which prevailed in 2015.
My reaction is likely because of the experience in civil cases where these hypothetical questions, and I've remained very quiet, but when it becomes triple hypothetical question, my ear are buzzing.
Well, that's fair. And I appreciate your concern for your client. I actually see it only, and I don't mean this as purely linguistic. I don't see this as a triple question, only a double. Really, he's being asked, bear in mind, if I understand the question correctly, bear in mind that in 2015, SEMA was not provided with the right design speed for the road. And it wasn't provided with the trade wind report. Had it had those, effectively the memo should respond to both. And had Mr. Malone had both of those, would the answer or the recommendations have been any different?
Thank you.
So I'll allow the question to be put in those terms, because I think that it was the manner in which it was put.
You'd like me to respond?
Yes.
Okay.
Not to me, Mr. Malone.
Yeah,
I just take notes.
I am responding to the inquiry.
Yes,
so
but to Ms. Lawrence.
I have, so sort of clarify, if the design speed is different, then the friction threshold value that I would be comparing to from the geometric design guidance also moves. They move in conjunction with each other. So, and I in preparation for this testimony, I have had a closer look at the trade winds report, which I would have done at the time, presumably. It consists of a range of data points. I think there's something like 280 individual numbers that are provided through the run through the roadway. I took a close look at each of the numbers that were measured, and I see only a change of one data point that would move in relation to a revised threshold if the design speed difference is known. So it's not irrelevant, but it's not overly relevant. And my conclusion today, and again, it's in hindsight, is that I don't think it would change our recommendations still. I think it's a valid question to ask, and obviously in hindsight, we would have preferred to have all of the information in its entirety, but I don't think it changes anything, because the change between the two design speeds and the corresponding change between the friction levels provided in the design guidance is extremely small, one data point out of 280.
Thank you for that, Mr. Malone. Registrar, could you close this, and can you go to CIM 17165, please? You asked some colleagues for contact information at the MTO with regards to pavement. Did you have any other discussions with Mr. McGuire about why he was asking for this?
Not to my recollection, no.
Did you have any other involvement in discussions between the city and the MTO in respective pavements?
No. It was he was reaching out for a contact. He knew I had known people at MTO. I worked there at one point in time. So no.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to CIM 17150, please? Can you call it the next image as well? So in the finalization of the February 4th memo, Mr. Bogosian asked you to remove the reference to the speed limit differential under the first question that could be released to the public and is addressed to the mayor and council. So just stopping there, I think you said earlier that this was you originally addressed this to Mr. Bogosian, and at some point you learned that it was going to be provided to the mayor and council. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure when that occurs. I know it's on the edition 3 of the memo to the mayor, changed from Mr. Bogosian.
Yes. And did you understand that your memo itself would be released to the public, like as a document?
No, I didn't realize that until well after.
Until it was released?
Yeah, pretty well.
Okay. So you'll see Mr. Bogosian emails you and asks you to amend the report, and then you reference with highlighting what will stay in and what will go out, as you are trying to understand what the request is. And Mr. Bogosian says they want both paragraphs removed, and you say, okay. So one of them is about recommending lowering the speed limit and why in green. And then the other was that lowering the speed limit could theoretically improve safety. And then you speak about what you spoke about today in your evidence. The result could have other consequences. I'm just going to paraphrase very quickly. Why did you agree to remove these sections from the February 4th memo?
Because I thought they were clearly articulated in the speed report that had been provided earlier to the city.
Thank you. After you provided your final February 4, Registrar, you can close this down. February 4 memo to Mr. Bogosian, did you have any additional discussions about friction or safety on the Red Hill with him?
Not to my recollection, no.
I know you were departing for a fairly lengthy vacation. Did you have any discussions with anyone at the city before you departed on February 6th?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Did you speak with anyone at the city during your vacation?
No, I don't believe I spoke to anybody. I did get a couple of email alerts of what was going on, but no conversations with city staff.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to HAM 36825? No, let me try that again. HAM 36285. Registrar, could you call it the content of this? This is an email from Mr. Soldo, and it copies friction testing. It provides copies of friction testing that MTO had performed between 2008 and 2014. Had you had any knowledge that there was such testing completed by the MTO before receiving this email?
No. I'm at this, to clarify, I'm on vacation at this point in time. I'm
Yes.
CC'd on it, so I don't believe I read this at the time it came out. It went to Mr. Hadayagi and Dr. Hadayagi, and he was the primary recipient, but the answer is the same, no.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this and go to CIM 17113, please? So I think you do actually weighed in on this email. This is a kind of an email exchange, but it's you'll see on image 1 on the left-hand side. The city is asking for a degradation curve or an extrapolation. And you at 1:06 in the morning say, I'm back Monday and perhaps we can discuss then. Sorry, I was looking at the email 2 emails ahead. The bottom of the left-hand side, you say, isn't the city just asking for an analysis of the MTO data for the 2007 to 2014 to see the data trend in those numbers? You see that? And then you sort of say, I'm coming back and we can chat when I get back.
Yep.
Yes, sorry, yes.
No, I see it, yes.
You come back the Monday, which I think is the 22nd. Is that, you don't have to be a calendar, but I think that's right. It might be the 23rd. And SEMA prepares a memo in respect of this request on February 26th. How involved in the drafting of that memo were you?
Wasn't overly involved in the drafting of it. The initial preparation, Dr. Select was the primary author, but I certainly reviewed it and provided input to the content prior to it going out, and it goes out under my name, but a co-signature from the two of us.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to HAM 36336? As I understand this and interpret it, this is a plotting of the known friction data from the MTO, and then an extrapolation of what the trend would be based on the known data. Is that right?
It's more than a plotting of it, but it's an analysis of the data that was provided, yes.
And did these include the 2013 trade wind data? I know there's nothing in at the 2013 column. And so am I correct? This is just the MTO friction data?
Yeah, the memo states that specifically. It's trade wind data is not included in this.
Okay. Did this analysis cause you to reconsider whether you should either make additional recommendations or interim measure recommendations, given where the friction data could be if this was accurate in 2019?
No, it didn't cause a change in the conclusions. That was one of the questions that we were asked to contemplate when we were asked to review the data, and to put it in proper context. To be clear, we were asked to determine if we could do an extrapolation. Dr. Selek and others, upon assessing the information and doing a regression analysis for it, determined that an extrapolation could be undertaken. And the conclusion of that extrapolation provided a result which is shown and can be read, but it did not change the determination conclusions that we had in our previous memo, because the values were still at approximately the range which would meet the design thresholds. We added a significant number of caveats in the memo to attempt to ensure that the city would interpret the results with appropriate caution and make determination as to how to utilize it. This is a mathematical exercise of extrapolating data values. Taking that and making a decision whether what's represented by the numbers is acceptable or unacceptable is a different story for a whole bunch of reasons that are identified in the report. I can go through some of the caveats if you like to help, but we were very careful to say that you have to be cautious about using this extrapolation, because it could be off, and we've in fact flagged a number of aspects as to how it may not be accurate.
So why did you do it if you had so many caveats with its use?
We were asked to do it. We were capable of doing it. We were comfortable that the nonlinear logarithmic function, which was used for the extrapolation, was mathematically accurate. Extrapolating data requires a sufficient number of data points and some recognition of the variation that exists from data point to data point. And so from a mathematical perspective, it could be done. And so there's statistical confidence in the extrapolation of the line. The application of the results from that line are a different story. And for example, we highlighted that we have no traffic volume information. So we have no way of knowing whether the trend, which is shown by the dots in blue here, are in fact going to continue along the same trend, because one of the influencing factors which was identified in the analysis was traffic volume. We also flagged and noted that the data varies by lane on the roadway, and we don't know how much that potentially changes as time goes on. We flagged that the extrapolation accuracy changes the confidence in the extrapolation changes as you extrapolate over a longer and longer period of time. And therefore, your confidence in the results further out would get worse and worse. Where we highlighted that there's no comparator from the link, only the Red Hill was provided. So we don't have an alternate facility to also compare to.
Mr. Malone, I don't want to keep you late today, and to the extent that you're just reiterating what the report actually says, I don't think that's answering my question.
Well, the suggestion is that there's no context to the extrapolation, and I simply highlighting that there is.
Mr. Petzold had suggested that there was really no substitute for doing a field test. Did you make that recommendation to the city before agreeing to do this analysis?
We made it in the analysis. It's in the report, in the memo.
None of you and the others who were involved in the preparation of this report are pavement material experts. Is that right?
I think that's correct, yes.
Registrar, could you close this and can you go to OD 10A, page 232? In 2020, so we've moved forward a fair bit in time, you attended a meeting with Mr. Ferguson and other colleagues of yours, the stated purpose of which was to review collision numbers for the RHVP main line between 2013 and 2018. Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? And can you bring up the next page as well? 234. Thank you. So in April, SEMA finalized a report called Red Hill Valley Parkway Analysis, which included a collision analysis, which had a very large caveat about its use because it was a relatively short period of time that was being considered. Do you remember being involved in the preparation and finalization of this report?
I do, yes.
And as I understand it, but please confirm, the primary collision analysis here was looking at the period of time after February 2019. Is that right?
Well, before and after, yes.
And sorry, maybe I should have been more specific. So in February 2019, there was increased police enforcement that started to be commenced, include after the public release of the Trade Wind report, and then the resurfacing of the Red Hill happens a little bit later that year. Was this only looking at the period of time after both the police enforcement and the resurfacing had occurred?
Sorry, can you repeat the context, the last portion of the question, please?
Sure. So you'll see right under 4.3 collision analysis is looking at data before and after the increased police enforcement, which was ordered in early 2019, and then the resurfacing, which happened a little bit later in the spring of 2019.
Correct.
So was this intended to try to demonstrate the before and after of both of those periods of time, recognizing that they're different periods of time when these two events occurred?
I think that was the desire of the city to make a determination of that, yes.
Okay, and I certainly have the report. I'm not going to go through it. Some of it is here. What did the findings in the collision analysis, recognizing it's a very small sample size, tell you about the relative contribution of friction levels to collisions before resurfacing, if anything?
I haven't reviewed it in that level of detail recently, so I'm cautious about summarizing the content of the report. But my recollection is that it concludes that there's reduction in numbers of crashes, but I believe also states that it's both difficult to determine which factors may be the contributors to reduction, and also, as flagged by the red box, that the time frame in the after period is extremely short and very difficult to determine whether or not it's reflective of true outcomes in a long-term sense.
Thank you. Registrar, can you go to ODA 235, please? Page 235. Thank you. In May of 2020, SEMA finalized a report entitled Review of Red Hill Valley Parkway Friction Testing Results. And the scope is set out in that paragraph at 603 as being a review of the new friction test results completed after resurfacing. Were you involved in the preparation and finalization of this report?
I was involved in the review of it, and I believe I signed off on it, but I didn't do the actual analysis myself.
Okay. And am I correct that SEMA was not asked to review any pre-surfacing friction testing?
I'd have to double check. I don't recall. I think it was after repaving, so I don't believe, excuse me, I don't believe that we did.
Thank you. Do you know why you were not asked, assuming for the moment that there was friction testing done just before the resurfacing, why you were not asked to consider that as well?
No, I do not.
Thank you. Commissioner, I see that it is 3 minutes to 3, and I think it might be an appropriate time to take a slightly earlier than normal break, and I can discuss the remainder of the day with my colleagues.
Sure, that would be fine. How long a break are you recommending? The usual 15 minutes, or should we?
15 should be plenty.
Okay, and I wasn't suggesting longer. I wanted
Oh,
to shorten a bit to try to make sure we completed this exercise today. But I think 15 minutes is appropriate. Let's do that.
Thank you.
We'll return at 3:15. Sorry. Lawrence.
Thank you. Just waiting for the live stream to catch up with us. May I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. I have two documents that I referred to during Mr. Malone's examination to mark as exhibits. CIM 17171 and CIM 17171.0001, which are the email and then the draft with Mr. Bogosian's comments to the February 4 memo. And those, I believe, Registrar, are exhibits 204 and 205.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Malone, I have one last set of questions. I understand that throughout your analysis of the Tradewind report and its contents, you relied on the reliability or the veracity of the temperature data that's contained within it in terms of the data, the temperature data from the day that the Tradewind report data was taken. Is that right?
I accepted the Tradewind data as it was presented to me, and it contained information about weather and temperatures. Yes.
Thank you. And I understand in the course of preparing for your evidence, you noted that Environment Canada weather reports for the date of the Tradewind report data collection indicated a maximum temperature of 3 degrees +3, whereas the Tradewind report recorded a temperature of +7. Is that you did that additional research on your own?
I heard it come out as evidence when the Tradewind's representative was being interviewed. And what I did for the day of, and what I did also examine was the day before, and I noted that there had been snow in the overnight period of, not the night before, but 2 nights before. So the weather seemed to be different than what was described by the witness and recorded in the Tradewind's documentation.
Thank you. And you brought that to the inquiry's attention
I did.
prior to your examination today?
Yes.
And do you know how friction data can be affected by a temperature swing between 3 and 7 degrees?
I don't know precisely what the outcome might be. It would depend on the testing methodology. I do know that the Tradewind's representative indicated some indication that temperature or weather was a relevant factor. Contaminants on road surface would be a relevant factor. And also that when we looked at the MTO data, which I recognize as a different testing methodology, we found a statistical correlation between temperature and the results.
Thank you.
Air temperature, excuse me.
And apart from that, you don't have any expertise around the collection of friction data that might assist the inquiry. Is that right?
No, I think it's a testing protocol question, which I'm not able to provide any input to.
Thank you. Commissioner, those are all of my questions for Mr. Malone. I have canvassed the other parties, and I understand that Ms. Roberts and Ms. Contractor have questions, and the MTO, Ms. McIver, may have questions. And in terms of the order of proceeding, that Ms. Roberts will go first, and she expects to be between 40 minutes and an hour.
Okay. Please proceed, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Malone, we have met before. Hello. I have a number of questions, and I will try to be brief, as Ms. Lawrence has covered off most of what I wanted to go to. I do want to go back first to the exchange you had with Mr. McGuire in August of 2018, in which he resent the summary of friction data that had been exchanged between Dr. Ruzarowski and Mr. Moore on January 24 of 2014. Registrar, could you please turn up overview document 9A, pages 61, 62? Hold on here. So go to paragraph 146. So can you go ahead? Interesting. Oh,
Sorry, this isn't correlating with my version of 9A.
yeah, it doesn't correlate with mine either, which is a little alarming. Thank you. Can you try
Sorry,
again?
my apologies. This is 10A.
Oh, my heavens. Okay, panic attack. Thank you. Sorry, no, I don't want 10A. I want 9A, please, Registrar.
Sorry, for some reason it keeps popping that one up. Let me do it another way.
Thank you. Okay.
My apologies.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so this is the beginning, August 30, Mr. McGuire sends you an email and he says, here's the study of the RHVP prior to opening. Registrar, can you please turn up to the next page? I'm not going to belabor this, Mr. Malone, but we've just had evidence that in early 2018, you've discovered or that in fact the lighting was not something that was prohibited, and I think in fairness you've questioned some of the information provided by Mr. Malone. Your evidence was that you went back to what Mr. Malone had told you, that this was a comparison.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore, thank you. Forgive me. Mr. Moore had told you that it was a comparison of two data sets obtained by MTO. And my question is given what has transpired here, you didn't reconsider and relook at this and assess whether, in fact, that could possibly be true?
I had nothing to indicate it was not true.
Well, except in fact that if you look at page 62, it references Tradewind Scientific. You didn't repause and relook at this email in any further further, more clear way when it was resent in August of 2018.
It was the very same email I had received in 2015, and so my understanding was the description or explanation of it was the same. In fact, that's what I reiterate or respond to Mr. McGuire about.
Okay, and I just want to point out something else here. And I'm not sure if you can read it, but it says in 2013, the friction numbers were measured on the Red Hill in both directions by Tradewind Scientific using a grip tester, and the average thank you. When you read that, I suggest to you that when the language is that there's an average of friction numbers, that tells you, does it not, that there's a data set?
Yes, okay.
And that didn't cause you to go back and ask for the full data?
No, I wasn't provided with the data in 2015. This is the very same email coming to me again in 2018. So I'm assuming it's either not there or wasn't going to be provided to me.
I'll move on. You've given a fair amount of evidence in relation to the design speed, and it's clear that in December of 2018, you're provided with information and know at that point that the design speed for the Red Hill Valley Parkway at the time it was designed was 100 kilometers per hour. And can we, when you were giving testimony earlier, you talked about what that meant, and in response to questions by Ms. Lawrence, you said that you were trying to understand the safety aspects of geometric design, and if the design speed is lower than the operational speed, then drivers potentially are exceeding the design speed, and that potentially puts you in range of a safety concern. Do you remember that exchange?
Not the exact wording, but remember the questioning.
Yeah. Okay. And in fact, you knew, and you just testified this morning on it, that according to the 2017 TAC guidance, that there's one turn on the Red Hill that has a design speed of 90 kilometers per hour. That's correct?
In comparison to the 2017 manual, yes.
Yeah, okay. So there's been a great deal of testimony about people speeding on the Red Hill and excessive speed. And I'm not touching that, but what I'm interested by is the fact that anyone traveling faster than 90 kilometers per hour as they go into that turn with a design speed of 90 is in fact exceeding the design speed for the sharpest turn. Do you agree with that?
The design speed, yes.
Right. And doesn't that mean that you are that there's very little, that you're limiting the safety margin of that road when you've got a design speed that's so low, and you've got people that are traveling at the posted speed of 90?
It means you have a lower safety margin.
Okay. I'm going to move on. Registrar, you can take that down, please. I want to go to OD9A 230 to 232. Oh, sorry, forgive me, Registrar. I don't. I want to go first to HAM 1642, which is the roadside safety assessment. First of all, just let me cover off a point. You were asked whether you knew that that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was designed with a maximum super elevation of 6%, and I think your answer was yes, you did. Do I have that right?
Yeah, I don't think it came today, but I think at some point that assumption was understood.
Okay. And I think your evidence today is that you had no information to confirm that the as constructed super elevation.
I believe that's correct. I don't think I stated it today, but.
Okay. I think, no, you're right. I think that was your last day of testimony. Okay. Can we please go to image 9? Okay. So this is, Registrar, can you go back one page first, please? So this is the scope of work. Registrar, image 9 now, please. Thank you. Okay. And the first item is the geometric design review to confirm radia and compatible design speeds on the main line and ramps, as well as a requirement for the median barrier. And then you go on to the other items. When you're, and you touched on this morning, in your review of geometric features, you're addressing curve and design, but you don't address here in this report the proximity of the interchanges or the site distance available or the length and extent of the weaving lanes, do you?
It's not stated in this paragraph, I agree.
Right. But you do discuss those factors with Mr. Bogosian later as relevant to the number of collisions on the Red Hill. So I take it that all of those factors that I just identified are relevant to the analysis of collisions.
They would be part of a collision analysis.
Okay.
Yes, and were incorporated in the elements in the 2015 report and also in the 2018 roadside safety assessment.
Okay. Can we please go to image 23 of this document, Registrar? I want to go to the summary of your collision history. There. So you've gone to this a number of times, so I'll try and be brief. You identify in overall findings, wet surface collisions were found to represent 64% of mainline collisions and 73% of ramp collisions. And you talk about that as being an increase on the main line. And the last bullet item is these findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance, bracket, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions. Now, I took you to this same language, which is repeated from the 2015. And I take it, sir, at this point that you have, there's no factual finding on the part of SEMA that there is any surface polishing or bleeding on the Red Hill.
Yes, I think that's correct. We're describing conditions that could suggest inadequate skid resistance in a generic sense.
In a generic sense, so these I think you said they were out of a textbook. So at this point, you haven't confirmed. They're still repeating what the textbook potential contributing causes. Is that? Do I have that right?
I think that's an accurate way to describe it. Yes.
Thank you, Registrar. You can take that down. Can we please go to overview document 9A, pages, images 231, 232? So you've been taken to this. These are notes from your exchange with Mr. Bogosian on December 11.
Mr. Bogosian's notes, yes.
Right. Registrar, can you please turn up or bring up page 232? It's easier to read. Thank you very much. Okay. So you're taken to this when you in item 4. You've got a number of items here, and he initially lists them: speed, design speed of curves, sometimes 100 kilometers per hour, and sharp. I think what you're talking about there is that the design speed for the curves are 100 kilometers per hour. Is that what that means?
These are Mr. Bogosian's notes, so I'm
okay, fair.
reluctant to interpret.
Do you remember telling him that one of the terms was 90 kilometers per hour in accordance with the current TAC guidance?
I don't have a sufficient recollection of the conversation to confirm that.
Okay. I want to sort of dig into the point 4, which is slipperiness of the road surface, and bracket slipperier when wet than other roads. And I want to understand the use of the word slippery here, Mr. Malone. First of all, is that the language that you recall using with Mr. Bogosian?
Don't have sufficient recollection of the conversation to be able to confirm that wording exactly. The context of the paragraph or the sentence is wet road crashes occurring on roadway. So, and we were comparing to other wet road crash performance in other locations. So, I mean, you can translate that into more slippery.
Okay, but I want to sort of dig into the word slippery because it's when the use of the word slippery might mean a number of things. It might be referring to just the surface friction, but I think in the context of road safety, slippery might also mean or encompass many other factors. Would you agree with that?
Of course, the condition of the tires of the vehicle, for example, would be a component of the slipperiness that exists between the two.
Right, but would you also include in that assessment of experienced of slippery as an experienced condition, the factors of tight geometry, the curvature, the vertical alignment, the close proximity of interchanges, and the fact that in those circumstances there's a very high demand for friction?
Not sure I understand your question.
Okay, I'm not expressing it very well. Forgive me. What I'm trying to understand is whether in using a word like slippery, that you're addressing, or you would have been addressing, a number of factors, one of which is pavement friction.
First of all, these are Mr. Bogosian's notes. I'm not sure I can confirm I used the word slippery or slipperiness or slipperier myself. But yeah, of course, any collision involves a number of factors. For driver behavior, speed are directly relevant and interact together. So, and the condition of the vehicle as well, as I just described. So yes, there's a series of a number of factors.
And those factors would also include a circumstance where there's a high friction demand because of the road itself, would it not?
Well, in a curvilinear road, the requirement, necessity for friction to be available to you in a curve is more important than on a straight line. For example, if you're not turning, but even in a straight line direction, if you're stopping for congestion ahead of you, then friction is a relevant element, but it only comes into play when you begin to decelerate.
Right, when you well, okay. Then let me just cover off a couple of things. So if I'm understanding, as I'm trying to dig into road safety analysis here, and you'll have to be patient with me, Mr. Malone. What I understand is that a stopping distance in wet weather conditions are, I would say, significantly longer than stopping in dry conditions.
Stopping distance correlates directly to available road friction, and if the road is wet, then the friction of that surface will be less. So there's a direct correlation. And
is there an established distance for comparing wet and dry weather stopping?
The design guidance considers the road in a wet condition in terms of undertaking design standards and determination of stopping site distance. So wet road condition is baked into the analysis.
Right. I see. I understand that from the design perspective, but included in an analysis, is there an established guidance for what the difference would be between stopping distance in dry conditions versus stopping distance in wet?
If you make an assumption as to what the variance in friction would be, then yes, you can determine the difference.
Okay. And I take it today in this small little exam that I seem to have set for you, you don't remember what that is?
I try not to remember those things. I refer to the manual.
Thank you. And I take it too that on a downhill slope that also there would be a guidance for additional distance required to stop.
That's correct. There's the design guides incorporate or provide that input to potentially make adjustments based on other geometric conditions like slope.
Got it. Okay. Okay, thank you. I want to go to a different point within these same notes. You say, you talk about stone mastic asphalt here, and you say SMA can hold more water, doesn't drain away. Water sits in pockets between large aggregate pieces, and you are recorded as identifying micro ponds. And I think your evidence this morning is that this is something that you think you were told in a conference in the United States by someone that was a possible feature of SMA. Do I understand that correctly?
I think, yeah, a combination of that type of discussion and other research, although I think Mr. Bogosian characterizes it more accurately in his other note that this was more speculation on my part. So I'm not an expert in SMA asphalt.
Okay. I take it then when you're expressing this view about SMA that you're not aware that in fact SMA is considered to have good properties in draining water.
I had read a variety of things about SMA, so I'm trying to provide some characterization of it. Potentially that was he's made notes of apparently what I said.
And at this point in December 11 of 2018, you're not aware that in fact Golder has tested the macro texture of the SMA surface, are you?
I wasn't aware that Golder had been engaged in any way.
Are you aware though that good macro texture is the property necessary to drain water from the pavement?
In general terms, yes, I think so.
Okay. Later, you were provided with Golder's pavement evaluation, and you were provided with the results of Golder's measured texture depth and Golder's finding that the texture of the surface was generally considered good. Do you remember that?
I remember I was provided with the document. I don't remember that specific content.
Okay, but you knew that good macro texture means that pavement surface does provide good drainage. That's true, is it not?
In general sense, but again, it's not my area of expertise.
And if there's good drainage, that would mean there's no evidence in support of your theory of micro ponding, is there?
I don't think I'm qualified to comment on that.
When you read the Golder report, did you go back to Mr. Bogosian or your client and say that your theory wasn't supported by the evidence?
Again, I think Mr. Bogosian understood it for what it was, indicating it was speculative. So no, I didn't go back to him, and I don't think he.
I ask, and I'm digging into this point though, Mr. Malone, because this unsupported theories of yours gets repeated and becomes, part of a narrative, and it's not true. So it ends up being important. let me just stay with the alternative theories of water drainage while we're here. Registrar, you can take down that call up, although I will go back to it.
Mr. Commissioner, this is Richard Provo. I would appreciate if Ms. Roberts would stick to question rather than characterizing if what Mr. Malone said is true or not true. This is for you to decide.
That's certainly fair. Sorry, I take that admonishment, Commissioner.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. All right, I want to stay with this theories of water drainage because I think it's interesting. When you suggested that water might be ponding, did you consider the relevance of the super elevations and crossfall on the road?
Those would be relevant. Yes.
Okay. And irrelevant, so you understand that one of the purposes of the crossfall and the super elevation is to facilitate drainage. We're agreed on that, are we?
They serve slightly different functions in my understanding. Crossfalls for drainage and super elevation is more for geometric design, but there's a drainage element to crossfall by definition.
Okay, and so what happens if the cant on the super elevation is not even? So just to express it, if it's designed to be 6% and is 6% at one part and maybe flatter and 4% in the middle, might that be relevant to the ability of the road to effectively drain?
I'm not sure I can comment on that other than, a variation in the value, may have a difference in the degree of flow that would take place. The
Right.
normal crossfall is 2%. So,
Yeah, but a super elevation at 6.
correct. But the super elevation isn't normally defined at being 6 larger than 2 in order to facilitate drainage. It's defined as 6 to satisfy a geometric design requirement. So the drainage aspect is presumably achieved at a 2% crossfall. And if you're more than that in a super elevated circumstance, then you would have the same or more drainage capability being a steeper slope if you're beyond 2%.
Okay, and my point though is that if the cant isn't consistent, wouldn't that affect drainage?
So you say the cant, you mean the super elevation through a curve if it varies?
Yeah, if the slope varies.
Well, it's super elevation is typically built in with a gradually increasing as you get from a road which may have normal crossfall into the super elevation. We're getting into road design theory here.
Yeah, but sorry, we're not on the same page. I'm talking about stay at the one location at the apex of the turn where the super elevation is supposed to be 6%. And what I'm saying is, what if that cant at that point, that super elevation is not consistent? Would that maybe explain or that be relevant to this theory of inadequate water drainage?
Now, Mr. Commissioner, I do think we are in the expert field, and I will object to this line of question.
I think I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Provo on this question.
Well, if I might respond, and I take the point as the witnesses has clearly tried to understand why there's an issue with wet weather collisions and whether that is a consequence of water ponding in some fashion. He's raised this theory of microponding, which I've suggested was not supported on the evidence. And what I'm raising is an alternative theory. I think I've made the point, though, that I meant to make, and I will move on, Commissioner.
Okay.
Let's go. Sorry, I'm just trying to see this thing. It's not so easy to see. Right, sorry, can you go back, Registrar, to page 232 and call it up so that I have a running chance at seeing it? Thank you. Okay, so still staying with SMA, you go on and it's towards the bottom of this page. You are recorded as saying that SMA is not common, used in the southern United States. And then it goes on. So this statement that is not common ends up being repeated, and I want to address it with you. Let me first ask the question: is that something that you stated at the time, that SMA is not common?
According to these notes, yes.
Okay. Is it here? You're recorded somewhere saying it's experimental. Let's go, please, Registrar, can you please go to MTO 53? Thank you. This is an MTO directive dated August 6, 2003. And if you go to image 2, please, Registrar. You will see in the middle of the page that SMA is the recommended surface course for high ESAL roads. Do you see that?
Sorry, I don't. I'm not quite sure where you are.
It's in the chart. Let's go to the chart.
Okay, fine.
Got it?
Yeah, I didn't see recommended, but now I see what you mean.
Okay. So I take it you agree with me that in 2003, the MTO directive is identifying SMA asphalt as the appropriate asphalt to use for high traffic roads.
Yes, I can see the memo. Yep.
Okay, and can we please register, go to image 7? And this is color coded, and the SMA is the brown. Register, can you make that a little bit bigger? So again, 2003, the MTO is suggesting that, or stating in its directive, that SMA is the appropriate asphalt to use for a number of roads, including the 401. You see that?
I do.
Thank you. You can take down that call out and we can get out of this document. There's a period where SMA was not used, and then it was in 2014, it was brought back in. It's another MTO directive, December 12, 2014. Registrar, can you please go to Golder 3902? And I think let's just go directly to the image at image 7. Again, this is the map for the central region. Again, SMA is indicated in brown. I think you'll agree with me that not only is the 401 identified as a road for which SMA is the preferred choice, but now you also have portions of the 400, 410, 427, 403, QEW. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, so when you described SMA as not common or experimental in Ontario, that's not correct, is it?
I think the context is probably incorrect. It's not, certainly was not common for City of Hamilton and roadways that urban municipalities were operating. That was my understanding, and I may be incorrect.
This is Mr. Provo. I don't think I see the word experimental on the note of Mr. Bogosian at page 231, 232.
You're right in that, and that's in a different place, which I can go to, but I think I've made my point, Council, and I'll leave this topic. Great. 34. Wait, sorry, I actually won't. Registrar, can you please go to OD 9A, page 233, image 233 and 234. So again, these are not your notes, but this is a record of a telephone conversation with Mr. Sabo records. And Registrar, if you can please call out page 233. There we go. And Council is Mr. Malone is recorded in item 2, road surface, MSA, and I take that to mean SMA, not common in NA, North America, and sure. Okay. And then you're recorded here, Brian, this page. Can we go down, please, from that Registrar? I think it not got what I want. Take out the call out, please. There we go. If you can call out the whole page, Registrar this time. Thank you. There we go. Here you are, Mr. Malone. Brian, somewhat experimental. Do you see that?
I do. I would highlight the second, third line down saying, not an expert in materials.
Okay. But you'll agree with me, given the documents I've just taken to you too, that SMA is not experimental in 2018 in Ontario.
I'm not sure I'm capable of giving an answer to that.
Well, you're recorded as giving an answer, Mr. Malone, so that's why I'm asking you questions about it.
Yeah.
Okay, Registrar, thank you. You can take out that call out. And could we please go to HAM 1642? Image 23. Just going back to the summary of collision history. And we went to it briefly, the proportion of mainline collisions and ramp collisions. Can you please call out the overall findings, Registrar? Thank you, we've gone to it. Okay, you've, I think, given evidence that you understood that the main line of the Red Hill was SMA asphalt. Were you aware that the ramps were not?
I have come to understand that at this point, yes.
Okay. So when you make the there's a finding that 73% of the wet surface collisions represent 73% of collisions on ramps. That would not be explained by any of the theories of SMA that you've identified, would it?
Yeah, I don't think we presented SMA as a theory in this report. we're highlighting the percentage of collisions in wet road conditions on the main line and the ramps. But
No,
we're not
yeah.
commenting on SMA or not SMA.
No, I know you're not in this report, but you have elsewhere. And what I'm saying to you is that if it's not SMA on the ramps, then there's a hole in your theory, isn't there?
Well, the theory hasn't been presented here.
Thank you. Registrar, you can take out that call out, and I'm going to go to a different document. You've given a testimony, and I don't want to. Thank you. We can get out of this document, Registrar. Thank you. You've given testimony about SEMA's recommendation not to change the speed on the Red Hill. And I want to take you through the speed study. And I think your evidence was that you are aware of it, you weren't particularly involved, and you read it and you agreed with it. Do I have that? Is that fair?
That's accurate, yes.
Okay. Registrar, can you please go to SEMA 15106? Thank you. And if I understand this engagement accurately, there's a number of different theories, different tools that SEMA uses in order to try and assess what the speed should be on the Red Hill.
There are a number of different tools available in the industry to contemplate a selection of a speed limit, and the report reviewed a range of them, selected, I think it was 3 different methodologies, and then completed an analysis using those 3.
Okay, and one of those tools was the guidance provided by TAC.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, Registrar, can you please go to page 30, which I think is image 34? Okay. And call it 531 TAC road risk method. This is an outline. I'm just going to read it. As shown in table 3, this method is heavily based on the design speed as the starting point for both Link and the Red Hill. The design speed is 110 kilometers per hour with an estimated total risk score of 19 and 25 for the Link and RHVP respectively. And based on this calculated level of risk, the posted speed of 110 kilometers per hour was recommended from the TAC methodology. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so I accept that in October of 2018, when this report is finalized, that you don't have from City of Hamilton, despite having asked for it, you don't have the design report that told you, that the design speed was 100. But my point to you is that when this issue comes up as to what the speed should be, do you go back to the City of Hamilton and say the design speed relied upon in the speed study was in fact not correct?
I didn't complete the report, so no.
Okay, but you've gone through, and there's evidence that you had a number of back and forth discussions with Mr. Sabo and others, where they were looking to change the design speed, and you maintain it. And do you at any point tell City of Hamilton that the guidance in the speed study is based on a false assumption?
Maybe I misheard the question, but you talked about change the design speed. I think they were talking about changing the posted speed.
Yeah, I know, but here we've got a TAC road risk method that's based on what the design speed is, and it's identified as 110, and that's not true. So my question is when you know the design speed is 100 kilometers per hour, and in fact, one turn, it should be 90, do you tell the city of Hamilton that that there's a wrong assumption in the speed study?
Again, I didn't complete the report, so I didn't tell them. I guess your question is a fair one as to whether the report should have been revised based on that updated information. It obviously was not.
Thank you. Registrar, you can take that down. I want to go back to the issue of the trade wind and Golder data. Can we please go though to Mr. Bogosian's opinion of February 4? That's Hamilton 64331. Could Registrar, can you please turn to image 11? Thank you. And Ms. Lawrence took you to this second, the second paragraph below item B, the city's response to experts' findings. In our opinion, the friction testing in 2013 provided no basis in and of itself for any action to be taken, partly because Golder made no recommendations to the city about addressing the issue, and also because the 40 friction number apparently has no basis in industry standards recognized in Ontario, per our conversation with Brian Malone. And I recognize that, again, you're being questioned based on somebody else's notes and here recorded in his opinion. And I'll leave the question of the Golder recommendations. I want to address the statement that 40 friction number has no basis in industry standards. This is attributed to you. Is that what you said?
I don't have a recollection of the discussion. I don't know precisely where that would be coming from. I believe that there was discussion regarding the absence of a clear threshold or investigatory level in the manner that's shown in the trade wind report for the United Kingdom, but maybe that's the context that he's responding.
Well, let me just ask the question. Is it your view that the 40 has no basis in industry standards?
I'm not sure what the 40 refers to.
Okay, well, let's go there first. So Registrar, can you please turn up Golder 2981? Go to image 10. You were taken. Yeah, right. So this is Golder's review of the trade wind friction testing data. And in the paragraph below the chart, there's a statement, although the friction number FN values are higher than when measured in 2007 immediately after construction, they're considered to be relatively low. And typically the FN values should be at least equal to or higher than 40 to be considered adequate. That's where the 40 is from, sir.
Right, but I don't know the pedigree of that value in terms of a Canadian or Ontario standard. So I'm not disputing the statement by Golder, and that's certainly a professional opinion, but I don't understand or know of the reference to which it's related. The United Kingdom value is noted, although I would highlight that Tradewinds comment on dual carriageways as opposed to motorways, and with the correct table, the motorways number is actually 41, not 48, but regardless, the 40 is, I had not been presented or had not found a reference for that in the form of a what I'll call a North American standard.
Okay. Okay. So I get that. Let me just cover off a point. There's lots of statements about the friction testing being inconclusive. I take it, sir, that that you are not of the view that the friction testing data obtained by Tradewin is inconclusive in any way?
Well, no, I don't dispute the data. I mean, I've made comments about the weather, and I've made comments about in my memo, I made comments with respect to the reference table that they indicated as compared to what I understood to be the more current one. But I'm not disputing the assuming the weather issue is addressed or not influencing the results, then no, I don't have a dispute over the results. The table here lists the average numbers, and it was those that I contemplated with respect to consideration to the geometric design standard friction values from the TAC guide.
Okay. You've recognized that Transportation Association of Canada is being an authoritative guide for a number of things. It may just be useful here just to go to the 1997 guide in relation to friction. It's Golder 3936 Registrar.
That's not the geometric design guide.
No, it's a different guide.
I'm sorry, I thought you were referring to the geometric design guide.
Pavement Design and Management Guide, pavement. Yeah. Registrar, can you please go to image 2? I think it's page 66. It's just an extract. So what this guide says in the middle paragraph is a comprehensive actual standard for surface friction of roads was issued in January 1988 by the British Department of Transport. It uses results of the SCRIM surveys and provides for an adjustment of surface friction to a level appropriate to accident risk, as shown in table 2.7. And it then goes on to describe what an investigatory level is, as shown in table 2.7. Registrar, can you turn to image 3? There you go. So when you're saying that you don't understand the guide, I take it that you're not disputing that the TAC is an authoritative guide in relation to pavement design as it is for roadway design?
I'm not disputing that, no. But I see the reference here to the British documents as well.
Right, and it's referred to the British. So it's the TAC is relying on this British guidance, and the chart is there. You later you refer to the UK PMS management system. So let me just point out that dual carriageway for SCRIM testing is item B is 0.35. If we go to your February 4, 2019 pavement friction testing results review, which is SEMA 17163, I think that's 0.0001. Thank you. Mr. Bogosian, you're identified as the author of this memo. And we've talked about it. It also provides an analysis of the Golder, a review of the Golder report. So if we go to image 4. There, and image 5, please. So, and you're assessing the trade wind and trade winds in the bottom of image 4. You write trade wind reported that the friction testing results were below or well below the investigatory level, and you identify the UK PMS table and said that you found that results were closer to the threshold levels than indicated by trade wind. Do you see that?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
The bottom of image 4.
Okay, yep,
Okay. And then you include the table. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
So I take it here, sir, that what you're doing is providing an assessment of the trade wind data using this UK PMS guidance.
No, I'm highlighting that the trade wind report appears to have used a version of this United Kingdom table, which was different than what I understood to be the more current one.
Okay, and you say that this is the current guidance.
That was my understanding at the time, yes.
Okay, and you'll agree with me that B, dual carriageway, is identified on that chart as having the investigatory threshold as being at 0.35 for SFC, which I understand to be a scrim, and 0.41 for a grip number. Do you see that?
Yeah, dual carriageway appears to have both. But
yeah,
my understanding is that the Red Hill would be considered a motorway as opposed to a dual carriageway. But
okay. Okay. And just for clarity, there's nothing inconclusive about the reference to the UK standard, is there? This is clear guidance.
It's guidance. It's my understanding. Excuse me. My understanding is it's not guidance that's commonly utilized in North America, or at least that was my understanding at the time.
Okay. But you're not suggesting it's inconclusive because it's a UK standard, are you?
No, I don't think it's by inconclusive, you mean, cannot be interpreted. It's one means of interpretation. But of course, it presumably is also applied in the context of some sort of policy application within that jurisdiction.
Well, okay, thank you. Can take out that document, thanks. Just a couple of points. So you were taken to it then February 26th, a memo to Edward Soldo, the review of the MTO testing and the extrapolation. Were you aware that ARA conducted friction testing in May of 2019?
I don't think I was at the time that extrapolation was carried out.
All right, so CMO was never provided an opportunity to assess whether its extrapolation was consistent with the measured data, was it?
We never did. I mean, I know we recommended that friction testing be done prior to repaving, which I understand now to be the ARA testing. And we did the extrapolation at Mr. Soldo's request using the MTO data, which did not include the ARA data. But yeah, I think your statement is accurate. We didn't converge those two or compare the two. But we did specifically state in our memo that the extrapolation should be compared to actual testing in order to validate it. So the results were, just that, an extrapolation, and could not be confirmed without validation.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So I just want to go to a different document. It's your May 2020 post-repaving SEMA report. Registrar, it's CIM 22320. Image 7, please. Sorry, forgive me, page 7, so you're going to have to go forward. Registrar, can you please call out the paragraph, the last full paragraph before 5.2 in 2019 after pavement resurfacing was completed? So you're right here in 2019 after pavement surfacing was completed, the friction values increase. They show an average friction ranging from 40 to 44. And we note that the 2019 values for new pavement are similar to an average range, the values from 2008, with the average friction numbers ranging from 38 to 41. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Yeah, okay. So in other words, if I'm understanding this correct, what you're saying is that the testing after the repaving in 2019 is pretty much a similar result to the friction on the Red Hill in 2008. Do I have that right?
No, I don't think so. I think what I'm saying is that the range 40 to 44 is similar to the range in 2019. A range of 4 points is similar to the range in 2008, which is from 38 to 41, which is 3 points.
Okay.
Below.
Right. And one of the things you go on to recommend, can we please go to image 12 and 13? Oh, I've done it again. I think it must be page 12 and 13, forgive me. All right. Actually, you can take out that call out. Thanks, Registrar. I just want to go to this point because I think it's an important one. And that is, Mr. Malone, that your recommendation in this May 2020 report is to conduct continuing friction testing on the Red Hill. That's the case?
That was a conclusion in the report, yes.
Thank you. Just one last point. Mr. Malone, you are not an author of either the speed study or the illumination review, although I think the illumination review is you're identified as verifying it. Do you recall ever signing the illumination review?
I'd have to look at it. If I'm listed as a verifier, I should have signed it, but I don't know. Sometimes on the electronic transfers, there's physical signatures don't get attached.
Okay, Registrar, can you just briefly go to 19265, I think it is? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, is that a
SEMA.
SEMA document or a?
Forgive me. CIM.
Okay, thank you.
No, wrong one. Because I can't read my handwriting. Sorry, Registrar. SEMA 19269. Okay, 000.
There's also, sorry, there's also a 0.1 road safety assessment.
No, our illumination review. It's 192690001. Not the right reference. No, wrong one.
May I suggest we try SEMA 16288?
Thank you, Nivi. There we go. Image 2, please. And verify, this is you identified as being the person who verifies this report. And I take it, sir, that it's not signed, that this is still a final report.
I'd have to look at the email transmission. We use the numbering system that's been described a couple of times, and if it's been delivered to the client with an E something something number with no V's behind it, then it would be an issued document from us, and effectively the same as being signed.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much for your patience, Mr. Malone. Registrar, you can take out this call out.
Well, I think we're running over, but I expect the preferences to keep going until we're through this afternoon. Is that correct? Okay. Ms. Lawrence, who's next?
Ms. Contractor.
Contract.
Good afternoon, Mr. Malone. I have a few questions for you. I don't expect to be very long. Commission Counsel asked you if excuse me. Commission Counsel asked you a few questions about the scope of the roadside safety assessment, and specifically whether you understood that the roadside safety assessment did not include assessing whether interim measures were required pending resurfacing. And your response was that to the best of your recollection, the scope did not call for that, but that SEMA did make some recommendations like oversized speed light and feedback signs, which could have been implemented in conjunction with the construction or could have been implemented prior to the construction. Do you recall that from earlier today?
I don't remember which day, but I think so, yes.
Fair enough. And certainly you're right in that SEMA did not make any recommendations regarding interim safety measures in that report. And maybe we can just go to the actual report, Mr. Registrar. It's HAM 12273. And perhaps we can go to image 40. Could we call out the paragraph above the bullets, please? So these are SEMA's recommendations to reduce the collision frequency and severity on the Red Hill based on the collision review that's done. And Mr. Registrar, if you can pull up the bullets, please. Thank you. So, Mr. Malone, you'll see that the first bullet says, ensure the pavement design for the upcoming resurfacing considers the history of wet surface collisions and investigates the need for higher friction surface. And then it says, consider installing oversight speed limit signs and feedback signs and conduct regular speed enforcement, particularly at that vicinity listed there. And so here, what SEMA is recommending is that the city consider installing those signs and conduct regular enforcement, again, particularly at that location. Is that right?
That's what it states, yes.
Okay. It doesn't state that the city should install those signs immediately or at some point prior to the resurfacing. But as I understand, your evidence is that it was open for the city to consider doing that. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Registrar, could we please go to HAM 54375? So, Mr. Malone, we spent some time on this. This is, of course, the memo you provided initially to Mr. Bogosian, and then, of course, goes to City Council on February 4th, or the memo's dated February 4th, in response to the three questions provided to you. And could we go to image 3, please, Mr. Registrar, and pull out the question 3 and the response? Pull that entire section out.
Sorry, could I clarify which version this is?
Sure. So this is the final version, but it's the one addressed to Mr. Bogosian.
Okay, so I think I'm on the same page. Okay.
Okay, good. So, Mr. Malone, this question, the third question that was put to you is, you know, in light of the information in the draft 2014 Golda report, which had the terrain report appended to it, whether in light of that information, the Red Hill should be closed to traffic in whole or in part. And here SEMA's recommendation is that the Red Hill should not be closed prior to the resurfacing. And in part, that's based on balancing the potential harm that would be associated with such action. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
And that's because it would increase traffic on alternative routes, such as the link, which would decrease safety on those alternative routes. Is that right?
I'm not sure that the end of that is exactly correct. It would just result in the exposure of traffic that would be that is currently using the link. So if the link is closed, traffic diverts somewhere else. The roads that it goes onto potentially have a poorer safety performance than the link itself does. And therefore there's a decrease in safety levels for users of the link when they're, the Red Hill, when they're diverted elsewhere. There's also a detrimental effect in that that increased traffic on those alternate routes would result in increased exposure of to potential hazard of pedestrians, cyclists on the other routes, who pedestrians and cyclists are prohibited on the Red Hill. Their traffic would be diverted through roadways that have intersections, which potentially means more right angle crashes. Traffic would be diverted onto roadways that doesn't have a center median, which potentially results in more head-on collisions. And traffic overall would increase, so the volume would go up, potentially resulting in increased congestion, which potentially increases things like rear end collisions. So there's a whole lot of negatives that come with closing the roadway and diverting elsewhere. And to be fair, the balance is that the traffic safety for the Red Hill is perfect because there's no traffic on it. So it goes to 0. But if the other number goes up by more than what would have happened on the link anyways, then you're worse off rather than better off.
Understood. That's helpful. Thank you. So fair to say closing the roadway, not a decision that should be entered into lightly because it has some of these other consequences.
Yeah, I mean, the simple, more straightforward response is you have to consider both the benefits, which would come from the closure, but also the drawbacks, which comes from the diversion onto alternate routes. And my conclusion, fairly easily determined, is that there is greater drawback than there is benefit.
Right. And so that was your opinion at the time you provided the February 4th memo. At this time, SEMA had completed its roadside safety assessment, right?
Yes, because it was completed in late 2018 or the very beginning of 2019.
I think that's right. And certainly we saw earlier from your evidence that by the end of November, that there was a draft of the roadside safety assessment, which was provided to the city. And I believe your evidence is that you would have reviewed that draft at that point. You'll recall that?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Malone, I take it that if you were provided the 2014 draft report, the 2014 draft Golder report by the end of November of 2018, and if you were asked the same question about whether the Red Hill should be closed in light of the draft Golder report, you would have provided the same response as you did in the February 4th opinion letter 2 months later. Is that fair?
That's basically what I said in my February 4th memo. The context of the questions were just that. If you had received the trade winds, would it have changed your previous work? I think I broadened the response to not only include the 2018 roadside safety report, but also the 2015 report and other work that we had done. But yes, I think I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, thank you. If we could please, Mr. Registrar, go to question 2 and pull that out in the same way. And so here, Mr. Malone, you're asked, again, in light of the information, the 2014 Golder report, whether there are any additional safety measures recommended to the city. Again, recognizing that the Red Hill is scheduled to be resurfaced in the late spring of 2019. And so I think this is the question around interim measures. And the opinion you provide in the February 4th memo is that, recognizing that the resurface is taking place in the late spring, that SEMA didn't have any recommendations other than what was already included in the 2015 SEMA report. And I think you say you'd modify the recommendation for regular speed enforcement to increased or enhanced speed enforcement. And so again, Mr. Malone, I take it that if you were provided the 2014 draft Golder report in November, your response to that question would have been the same as it was 2 months later in February. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's the context in which the questions were answered, yes.
Okay. And if we could please, Mr. Registrar, go to image 2. And pull out the question and answer for question 1. And Mr. Malone, I think you see where I'm going with this. The first question that you were asked was whether SEMA would make any changes to the recommendations in the prior reports in light of the information of the draft Golder report. And I take it your answer to this that you provided the February 4th opinion would have been the same if you were asked in November as well.
Yes, I would try to be fully open and honest here. The final version of the memo does not include the last 2 paragraphs in this image. But
oh, my apologies. I thought it was the same one except for that. But the gist of your response would be the same. Is that fair?
Yes, the questions were answered in the context of if you had the 2014 Golder report, would there have been any changes to your earlier reports? And I tried to answer in that context, and the results are here.
Thank you. Mr. Registrar, could we please go to HAM 28108? Okay, Mr. Malone, this is the January 2019 collision rate analysis provided by SEMA regarding the Red Hill Commission Council took you through portions of this. Could we go just to image 16 and call out section 5, please, Mr. Registrar? Thank you. This section, Mr. Malone, provides the provincial collision rates between 2010 and 2014 as provided in the Ontario Road Safety Annual Reports. And you'll recall we spent some time talking about these reports last time when you attended at the hearing in the context of the 2013 and 2015 SEMA report. And this section provides an important disclaimer. It states that it's important to note that the ORSAR rates are calculated for all roads within the province, including two-lane, undivided, rural highways, urban, arterial, and collector roads, and include collisions at intersections. The ORSAR does not report on the collision rates for specific types of reports, divided or undivided, in the province. And it goes on to state that direct comparison between these roads and the Red Hill and the Link should be done with caution. Do you see that?
Yes.
And am I correct that that's because you'd be comparing collision rates of different kinds of roads with different characteristics with each other?
Well, these numbers would encompass all roads, and the Link and Red Hill would, and the comparative MTO segments would be essentially a subset of these values. So the caution is presented. So yeah, it's not an appropriate comparison.
Thank you. Would a more appropriate comparison be to break down the Red Hill into segments, say based on curvature, and then compare the collision rates with roadways of those segments with similar curvature? Would that give you a more accurate comparator than the ORSAR rates?
Well, not only curvature, but also, overall design, having a median or not having a median, numbers of lanes, speed limits or design speed selected. And that was done in at least the 2018 assessment, and I believe in the 2019 as well.
And you're referring to this memo when you're saying the 2019?
Yeah, I can't remember if this memo has the comparator to the comparison to the MTO segments.
Understood. Mr. Commissioner, I think those are all my questions, but if I may have a moment just to double check my notes.
Go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mr. Malone. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Ms. McIver.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I can confirm that MTO has no questions for Mr. Malone.
Ms. Lawrence, does that take us over to Mr. Provo?
It takes us first to Mr. Buck, who is on the line, and I understand he's
Absolutely.
already confirmed he has no questions, but
Okay. Mr. Buck.
Yes, sorry, I was on mute. I confirm I have no questions, Mr.
Thank you.
thank you, Commissioner. And as you know, should Mr. Provo wish to examine Mr. Lone, he needs to seek your leave to do so.
Mr. Provo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for making it in one day and extending the regular hour. I have no question for Mr. Malone.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Lawrence, anything by way of reexamination?
No, thank you.
Then we're done. Mr. Malone, thank you again for appearing. Mr. Kovo as well. And we will now adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9:30, if I understand correctly.
That's right.
Okay.
I have one question. Do we know when Mr. Bogosian will testify?
Ms. Lawrence?
I do. It's not yet been posted on the website, but due to illness, his testimony that was scheduled for last Friday had to be rescheduled, and it's now scheduled for Tuesday, November 4th. November
Thank you.
3rd. Sorry, Thursday.
Thursday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Unless there are any other questions, we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.